அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again, wash your hand. With the tips of the right hand, index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again, wash your hand. With the tips of the right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, and the left ear. Again, wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. The tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and then the heart center. Again, wash your hand. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa.
Now, as we begin the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, take a moment to first set your conscious resolution. Visualize yourself in the way you want to manifest your body. Visualize the perfect health, yourself relieved of all diseases. Whether you want to have a breakthrough in the flexibility aspect, in the strength aspect of your body, visualize yourself being able to do that. And now we will begin the Sankalpa mantra.
ओम ममोपात समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये क्रोधिनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतु कुंभमासे कृष्णपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभतिथौ भौमवासरयुक्तायां श्रवणनक्षत्र वर्यन्योग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ तस्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रभक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा विजापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमत कलभकेसरी सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य पांड्य महाराज गुरु श्रवण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद ऋषभध्वज स्थापक समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यर्जित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी वंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनोधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्ताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगत गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन कुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये ओम अप उपस्पृश्य प्लीज वॉश योर हैंड तनुदनी ऑफ वाटर
Yes, now we are going to be beginning with the skeleton dance. So let's all get up. Let's all get up on our feet. Everyone stand up. Please stand on top of your feet and close your eyes. Bring the visualization of your complete body becoming just bones. Now slowly start loosening your body, your hands, your fingers, your legs, and feel that all five of the four limbs on your head have become independent. They have got their own independent intelligence and moving like snakes in various different directions without any particular pattern or order. Start randomly and intensely shaking your body in every direction. Drop all of the laziness, tiredness, boredom, lethargy that you're experiencing, that you're having at Swamiji's feet.
Nithyananda, 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 Mananda, Nithyananda, Mananda, Nithyananda, 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 Mananda, Nithyananda, Mananda.
Slowly start increasing the intensity. Move back and forth in your mat. Continue to keep the visualization of the skeleton, that your body has become completely just bones.
Nithyanandam, 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 Manandam, Nithyanandam, Manandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Manandam, Nithyanandam, Manandam.
Intensely shake your body now. Shake, 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 shake. Go wild with your visualization and the movement of your body. Do not have any sort of pattern or organized way of moving your body. Intensely shake. Slowly, very slowly, relax. Take a moment to just relax yourself and come to a stable position. Do not adjust anything. Just bring the awareness to the breath, the inhalation and exhalation. Just focus on inhaling and exhaling. And the inhalation and exhalation of your body as deep as your knees. Visualize and feel the air going all the way from your knees up inside your lungs, taking as much of prana as possible. And then when you exhale, all of that unwanted toxins from your system leaving the body. Feel your heart slowly settling down, relaxing. Now, slowly open your eyes. Now, if you need, you can adjust your mat, your dress, whatever you want to adjust, and then come to a seated position. We're going to be moving into the first asana of today. So today we are starting from asana 280. We are almost completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Let's begin with the first asana, which is Swastikasana. Since Swastikasana, we are going to just sit in a cross-leg position. So there's a particular way of sitting. We'll focus on show you how the legs have to be. So each of your leg, the soles of your leg has to be between the gaps of the calves and thighs. So we are showing it to you now. So the right leg will be in the gap of the thighs and calves of the left leg, and the same with the left sole. Keep your back straight and place your palms in a comfortable position on your thighs, on your knees. And now gaze to your nose. So we are performing the visualization of swastika. So the swastika is the symbol of peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. And perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. The Jiva Chala Kumbhaka is inhale, visualize the prana going all over your system, and then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineum. And continue to hold the visualization and the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your throat center.
जानोर्गोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीनः स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Relax. Now we are going to be moving into the next asana, Gorakshasana. So in Gorakshasana, you're going to continue to be seated in the same position. Just the placement of your hand is going to change. So bring the palms and cover the ankle of the respective leg. So you can see how the Acharya is placing their hand. So just cover your ankles from the outside. And now we are going to be performing the Jalandhara Bandha. So inhale as deeply as possible, lock the chin to the chest, hold the breath and visualize the prana moving all over your body as in the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. And when you can't hold on anymore, exhale. This time we'll be performing the Mula Bandha as well. Now inhale once again, lock your chin to the chest, hold the breath inside, visualizing the prana moving all over your body, and then exhale. In this asana, keep your gaze at the nose and visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Yes. Now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Bhagasana 2. So the Bhagasana is where we are going to be performing the Shanmukhi Mudra. So the Shanmukhi Mudra we had performed a few days before. Once again, we'll recap the Shanmukhi Mudra for all of you. So the Shanmukhi Mudra is where you're going to lock all of your senses using the hands. So now let's perform. First watch the screen. Let us all first watch the screen, and once we see how to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, all of us will perform the Shanmukhi Mudra as well. So now first is close the mouth with the little and index finger of both your hands. So with both of your hands, close your mouth. And next, with the middle finger, you're going to gently place it on the nostrils. With the index finger, you're going to close the eyes. And with the thumb, you're going to place it on the ears. So this is the Shanmukhi Mudra. So let's all perform the Shanmukhi Mudra together in this asana. So you're going to inhale, take a deep breath, and then lock the, so you will keep your hands already on the mouth. So the little finger and ring on the mouth, on above and below the lips, closing the mouth. The index finger on the nose, the middle finger on the nose, the index finger on the eyelids, and the thumb on the ears. So when you inhale, you're going to inhale and gently close the nostrils with your index finger, with your middle finger. And when you can't hold on anymore, you will exhale. But do not remove the hands from the posture. Okay? So in the same seated position, perform the Bindu Mudra. The Shanmukhi Mudra. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. During this asana, you're going to gaze to your third eye. Lock the eyes in the third eye. And perform the Mula Bandha. And continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपार्श्वो गुदं स्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने मध्यमातर्जन्यङ्गुष्ठैः नासादृष्टिश्रुतिक्रमैः छाद्यापेज्जिनं भ्रुविर्मनोलात्वा स्थिरं मनः एवं विधासनं यत्र तत्र साधो भगासनम्.
Relax slowly, very slowly. Place your hands by your side. And now we move into the next asana, which is Yogasana 2. So here we are going to change the position of our feet. Okay. So now we are going to place the feet on top of opposite knees. Okay. So place your feet on top of opposite knees. So it is like Padmasana. It is just instead of placing the leg all the way on the opposite thigh, we are going to be placing the feet on the knees. Okay. And if you are not able to place your feet, both feet, then you can place one foot alone in Ardha Padmasana. So place one foot alone in Ardha Padmasana, and the other foot you can place it in front of your leg and slowly try to pull the leg on top. So place the heel first, then you can try lifting the leg off the ground and holding it, and then you can try to slowly pull it onto your thighs. So let's all take a moment to bring ourselves into the seated position, placing our feet on top of opposite knees. And keep your back straight. So the position of your hands, is you are going to be placing the back of the palms on the side of your body. So keep the back of your palms on the side of your body with the fingers pointed upwards, with the fingers facing upwards. So we'll show from the side as well. Just relax your palms, relax your hands by the side of your body, and keep the gaze to your nose. So in this asana, we are going to be performing a new kumbhaka. This is called the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So without touching the front of the teeth, place the tongue near them. And then inhale through the mouth, making the lips like a beak of a crow, basically contracting your lips. This is the practice of the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Moola Bandha, tightening the perineum, lock the perineum, and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् योगासनं भवेदेतद् योगीनां योगसाधने.
Yes. Now you can relax your mouth. So the next asana is Urdhva Kukkutasana. So Urdhva Kukkutasana is where we will be continuing to place our legs in the Padmasana. So this time you can pull your feet even closer inside. Okay. So the previous asana we had the feet on the knees, opposite knees. This asana we are going to be placing our feet on the opposite thighs itself. So let's all place our feet on the opposite thighs. Basically, we are sitting in Padmasana. Let's all place our legs in Padmasana. If you want, you can take a moment to, switch your legs. If you place the right leg on top, you can place the left one on top this time. So whichever you are sitting, you can switch the leg. And now place the palms on the side of your buttocks. Okay, place the palms on the side of the buttocks and keep your hands as close to your body as possible. Okay, so some of us are much better in this asana where we are going to be lifting our body off the ground. So you're going to lift your entire body off the ground. So if you can lift your body off the ground, try to do it so. Lift it as high as possible. And now for those of us who are not able to lift, first lift the buttocks off the ground. Keep the knees on the ground and lift just the buttocks off the ground. Okay? Now from this position, you're going to allow yourself to be here. Stay in this position and hold. And once you're able to stay here, try to lean back. So as you lean back, the center of gravity moves in your body and you're able to slowly lift your legs as well off the ground. So you're going to be tightening your abdominal muscles over here. The main key body part that is going to be lifting the entire legs is the abdominal muscles. So you might even feel your body shivering, quivering. That's fine. It's just your abdominal muscles tightening up. And you also need to use your hands, right? As I mentioned earlier, you're going to keep your hands as close to the body as possible. Okay, as close. You want your elbows to touch the side of your body. You want your hands, you want your palms almost even under your foot, under your thighs. And press the hands towards the body, which will give you additional grip to keep your body off the ground. Okay, so by performing this asana, we are strengthening our shoulders, we are strengthening our wrists, we are strengthening our fingers, hands and abdominal muscles. So it's a very powerful asana. Let's all try. So if you're able to lift off the ground, or if you're not able to, and some of us are not able to perform Padmasana, for those of us who are not able to perform Padmasana, continue to keep one leg on the ground and same, lift the butt off the ground and hold over there. So even if you're not lifting your legs completely off, you're still going to get the effect of this asana. You're still going to be strengthening your shoulders, your hands and your abdominal muscles are going to be engaged. So lift the lift the buttocks off the ground and stay there as long as you can. When you can't, relax. Take a moment, take a quick breather of 2 to 3 seconds and again lift up. So let's all once do this asana for 10 seconds. Let's all lift up first 10 seconds. So make sure legs are in Padmasana. Let's keep our hands. On your mark, get set, go. Lift your legs off the ground. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Great. A lot of us were able to lift off the ground. That's beautiful. In KAILASA, Los Angeles, female side, there is someone lying down. If that person is fine, you can please ask them to just be seated and follow along with us. So we are not done with the asana yet. Just take a minute to rotate your wrists, loosen them out. Take a moment to just loosen the wrist. Push it back, push it down. Just open and close your fingers. Yes. Now we are going to be performing the asana once again. So once again, place your hands on the ground. Bring your feet back into Padmasana. This time we are going to be visualizing a rooster in our inner space, performing the Mula Bandha and lift our body off the ground. Vashishtamata kaundinyam urdhva kukkutam cha ashtavakramatotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Relax. Lower the body onto the mat. And now we are going to be moving into the next asana. So the next asana is Siddha Haratali Asana. So in Siddha Haratali Asana, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana. If you're able to sit in Padmasana, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana. Now place your hands in between of your feet. Okay, so you're going to not place your hand in the gaps of the thighs and calves. No, you're going to be placing your hands in between of the feet. So we lift it and we lift our legs and show you. So see, if you see over here, he's not placing his hands to the gap of the thighs and calves. He's just placing it behind both the feet in front of the perineum. So now you're going to be placing your hand there and keep your feet on the ground. That is all. So this is a simple asana. Just place your hands through the gap. We are not lifting our body. Do not lift your body off the mat. Continue to be seated. So continue to be seated and just place your hand over there. Okay, let's take a minute to all put our hand through the legs and be seated. So once again, showing to you how to do that. Just place it behind the feet. And now in this asana, visualize Swamiji in the inner space and perform the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So let me repeat the instructions of the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. Contract the lips, open the teeth lightly, keep them apart. Place your tongue in between of the teeth, but do not touch the teeth to the tongue. And inhale through the mouth as deep as possible. Hold the breath there for a second and then slowly exhale through the nose. Let's perform the Kumbhaka again. Contract the mouth, contract the lips. Place the tongue in between of the teeth of the upper and lower teeth. Inhale through the hollow of the mouth. Hold the breath for a second and then exhale. Visualize Swamiji in this asana and gaze at your nose and continue to perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे अस्तुतो गोहोडासन दिगरे सुबे हथेली भूधरी राखे पोछा आसन में राखे दृष्टि हथेली की है जहां आसन लगवाया खेता नासा दृष्टि अचल ठहरावे सिद्धहस्तरी नाम कहावे.
Yes. So now we're moving into the next asana, which is Hamasana. So once again in Hamasana, we are going to be lifting our body off the ground. Okay, so in Hamasana, we are going to lift our body off the ground. So let's all keep our legs, continue to keep our legs in Padmasana. So again, for this asana, you can switch your legs if you want. You can place the right leg over the left or the left over the right. So bringing that balance of comfort between both the legs. So now you're going to be placing your hands between the gaps of the thighs and calves. So we'd also like to show you a simpler way of putting your hands through the gaps of the thighs and calf. So let's all stretch our legs in forward. Let's all stretch our legs in front of us. So now you're going to be bending one of your leg, whichever leg you want. Bend whichever leg you want and place it on the opposite thigh. And at the same time, you're going to keep your hand inside of your calves, between your calves and thighs. Okay? So keep your hand in between and with the other leg, you're going to raise the other leg and place it onto the opposite thigh. So when you bring your leg, you are going to be crossing the leg on top of your elbows already. Yes. So you can see. So this will, if you are not very comfortable with Padmasana, you can do this. The thing with this is it will not bring your hands will not be in an equal position, but it is much easier for you to put your hands through the calves and thighs. Okay, so if you are able to do it, if you're able to put your hands without this shortcut, you can do that. That is much better. But if you need little more help with putting your hands through, you're not very comfortable, you can use this as well. So now once you have placed your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves, now we are going to be lifting our hands, lifting our body off the ground. So let us all try to lift our body off the ground. So first make sure your hands are all the way your legs are all the way to your elbows. Place your hands as close to your buttocks as possible, and then you can even rock yourself forward. So when you rock yourself forward, you're going to give yourself some momentum. If you try to kind of place your hands by the sides and lift your body, you may face little more difficulty. So you can rock yourself into the asana, and when you're in the asana, you want to lean forward. So lean a bit forward. This will bring some more balance into the asana. Let's all take a moment to try and lift ourselves off the ground. All the participants, you can try to lift yourself off the ground. If you're already able to, try to pull the legs as high as possible. So try to bring the legs as high as possible to your elbow, if you're able to, and stay there as long as possible. When you're not able to stay, then you can slowly come down. So for those participants who are not able to perform the Padmasana, you can place just one leg, continue to sit in Ardha Padmasana, and you can lift the body off the ground. So even if your legs, even if the front of your legs are still on the ground, if your knees are on the ground, that is fine. But at least let us try that. So lift your buttocks at least off the ground and stay on your hands. So your knees will be on the ground. Maybe if you're not able to perform the full Padmasana, one of your foot will be on the ground and your hands will be on the ground, but you're lifting your entire buttocks and thighs off the ground. So as we perform these asanas, it's going to strengthen our wrists, hands and shoulders. So let us all take a moment to first come into asana now, and we are going to stay over there for 10 seconds. So 3, 2, 1. Lift your body off the ground. Visualize a swan in your inner space.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तम् ऊरूनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Slowly, very slowly, relax, come down, remove your hands from your legs. Let's once again just roll out our wrists. Take a moment to just roll your wrists, pull them back and forth, open your fingers, push the hand as back as possible, all sides. Relax the wrist. And now we are going to be coming into the next asana, which is Karmukasana. Okay, so for this asana, I want once again all of the participants to bring your awareness to the screen. Please watch the screen. We'll first perform the asana for all of you, and then you can try the asana. Okay, so from Padmasana, you're going to be raising onto the knees, and once you raise onto the knees, you're going to be placing your hands inside the gap of the thighs and calves. So, sorry, in behind the legs, like how we did for Sidharali Asana. So you're going to be placing your hands not through the thighs and calves, but behind the foot, next to the, in front of the perineum. So place your hands and then interlace the fingers behind you and push your hands as back as possible. And interlace your hands. Continue to keep your hands interlaced in this asana. So this is Karmukasana. So let's all perform this asana together. All the participants can now perform this asana. Come on to your hands and knees in Padmasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana. So keep your legs in Padmasana. Put your hands through the gap behind the legs. So if you're not having enough gap behind the legs, then you can push your Padmasana a bit forward, right? So like you'll be placing your legs more closer towards the knees instead of on the thighs. So push the legs backward so that you get some more room to place both of your hands behind the feet. Okay, so now let's all come on to our hands and legs. Place your hands through the thighs. So even if you're not able to perform Padmasana, that is fine. You can, instead of placing both the legs on top of the thighs, from Ardha Padmasana. So from Ardha Padmasana, you can come on to your knees and place your hand in between of your legs and interlace the fingers behind your buttocks and lean forward. So the more forward you lean, the lesser strain will be there on the hands. Okay, so let's all get into the asana and visualize a bow. Visualize yourself as the bow of Lord Shiva, of Lord Paramashiva.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही करी तरे तरफ दूसरी कर दो आने कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
Okay, relax. Slowly remove your hands from the gaps of your thighs and come to a seated position with your legs in Padmasana. So the next asana is Kurmasana. Okay, the next asana is Kurmasana, where we are going to be visualizing ourselves as a turtle or a tortoise. Now, from Padmasana, you're going to be inserting your hands between the gap of the thighs and calves. Okay, so you can use whichever method, the one we showed earlier, where which is an easier way to put your hands through the gaps of the thighs and calves, or you can insert your hands through the legs after putting the Padmasana. So once you do that, you're going to be bringing your legs as back as possible. So bring your legs as back as possible. And then interlace the fingers around the neck. So bring your bring your hands and fingers as back as possible. So if you're able to hold your ears, that's fine. If you're able to hold your shoulders, that's fine. If you're able to hold your neck, that is fine. So interlace the fingers around the neck. Okay, let's take a moment to try this asana. So bring your hands and hold your ears. If you want an easier variation, you can roll onto your back, right? If you want an easier variation, you can roll onto your back, that's fine, and continue to try this asana. So when you do this, you won't have the problem of balancing. So even though there is a separate asana for this posture itself, we can start doing this now itself. If you want some more balance, you're not able to balance on the buttocks, then you can roll onto your back and try this same asana. So for all of us who are able to balance, you can balance and hold on to your ears or shoulders. And if you're not able to do Padmasana, that is fine. Once again, that is fine. Do the Ardha Padmasana. Place one leg on top of the opposite thigh and then bring the hands as close to the ears or shoulders as possible. So do the same asana with the legs in Ardha Padmasana. Yes, beautiful. Kailasa, Bolivia. All of you are trying. So in this asana, continue to perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, and doing the Mula Bandha will help you balance in this asana. So tightening the perineum will bring some more balance in this asana. And continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा पहल्या अंशरघा ले हाथा.
Okay, relax. You can open out your legs for a moment. Just roll your ankles as well, clockwise and anti-clockwise. Push the ankle, push the toes forward, and then pull it backward. Yes. So now the next asana is Granthibhedasana. So Granthibhedasana is a continuation of the same asana with just the Jalandhara Bandha, the addition of the Jalandhara Bandha. So let's all try this asana now. Let's all get into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana. So let's all get into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana and bring your hands as close to your head as possible. And now you are going to tuck your chin into the chest. As you visualize Paramashiva in this asana, tuck your chin to the chest and hold your head or neck, wherever you are able to hold on, and stay there. So let's all try to bring ourselves into this asana. Pull your legs as close to your shoulder as possible. So pull your legs as close to your shoulder as possible. And then insert the hand through the gaps of the thighs and calf. And tuck your chin to the chest and perform the Jalandhara Bandha. So if you are able to balance, like in KAILASA, Bolivia, the first in KAILASA, Bolivia, camera 1, there is a ma who is able to balance. Actually, there are many of them. That's beautiful. You can all perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, which is inhale with the mouth contracted, with the tongue slightly in between of the teeth. Inhale through the mouth, perform the Jalandhara Bandha, and then exhale through the nose. So let's all perform this asana. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री जङ्घयो हृदये करौ कूर्परस्थानपर्यन्तं विभेद्य स्कन्धधारणम्.
Yes. Now, from this asana, roll onto your back. So let us not release the legs now. Just roll onto your back and continue to try and bring your soles as close to your body as possible. So this is Utana Kurmasana, continuing to visualize ourselves as a tortoise or a turtle. Lock your legs in Padmasana and bring your hands as close to the neck or the head as possible. So when we are lying down, we'll have even more balance and we can push ourselves even more. You can push your legs even more closer to the chest in this asana. So don't roll from side to side. Even though you're on your back, you need to continue to keep the balance. Do not roll from side to side. Bring awareness to the muscles in your back and balance yourself. And the more you're on your shoulders, so if you lift your lower back off the mat and bring your legs even closer to the chest, you will find even more balance because your shoulders are wider than the lower back. So this will give you even more balance. Over here, continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbaka and gaze at your nose. As you continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham inside of you.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Yes. Now, slowly get up. You can release your legs. Once again, let's give a quick break for our ankles. So just open out your legs, shake them out. Roll the legs in a clockwise or anti-clockwise. Push the legs further away from you, bringing the toes as low as possible. Then pull the legs towards you. Yes. So now we continue to move to the next asana, which is Pangu Kukkutasana. So Pangu Kukkutasana is an asana where we are going to be performing Kukkutasana but on one hand. So we'll be showing all of you an easy variation to perform this asana. You do not need to feel that it's going to be very difficult. It's very similar to doing it on two hands, this easy variation. So let's all first bring our legs into Padmasana. So all of you can bring your legs into Padmasana. Those of you who can do it without your hands, you can try that as well. So now you're going to be placing your hands in the center. So this time, once again, you're going to be placing your hands in the center of the thighs and calves. So place both your hands through the thighs and calves, and you're going to be placing the right hand on the ground. Place your right hand on the ground and then place your left hand on top of the right hand. So as all of you can see how Maharaj is keeping his hands. So as you can see how Maharaj is keeping his hand on top of the other hand, that's how you're going to be placing your hands as well. So now, once you place one hand on top of the other, now the same technique as Kukkutasana. So lean forward first and lift your buttocks off the ground, and then slowly lift the legs off the ground as well. So this is the easier variation for all of you to perform without using both the hands. So let's all try. Let's all try this asana now. So place your legs in Padmasana. Insert the hand through the gap of the thighs behind the legs, in between of both the legs, the gap that forms. Insert your hand over there. Then place the right hand on the ground, and then place the left hand on top of the right hand. So for some of us, placing the hands on top of each other, stacking them would be easier. For some of us, holding your wrist. For some of us, holding the wrist will be easier. Whichever is easier for you, whether it is stacking your legs or holding the wrist, you can perform whichever variation of holding your hand that is comfortable for you. And then lift the legs slowly. First, lift the buttocks off the ground and stay there. So lift the buttocks off the ground, stay there, and then lean back. And as you lean back, you will see automatically you're able to lift your legs. So even a few seconds, like 1 second, if you're able to just push your legs up and then slowly lower it, that's fine. Let's all take a moment to try out this asana. So if you performed on the right side, you can perform on the left as well. So if you performed on the right hand and you're able to lift, then place the left hand on the floor and then place the right hand on top of the left hand, and then lift your hands off the ground. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha. The Mula Bandha will also help you to tighten the abdominal muscles as well. Basically, you're going to be tightening the entire body during this asana. So lift your body off the ground, visualize the rooster, and hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पाङ्गु कुक्कुटं भवति.
So how many of us were able to lift our body off the ground on either the right or left hand? Just raise both your hands if you were able to do. And let's take this moment to also just, rotate our wrists. So if you are able to lift your body, just raise your hand and rotate your wrist. Others can rotate your wrist with your hands on the ground, with the hands forward. So how many of you were able to lift your body off the ground? Okay, that's good. Some of us in KAILASA, Bolivia and KAILASA, Los Angeles were able to. That is good. Yes. So the next asana is an easy asana, which is Gridrasana. So in Gridrasana, as you keep your feet in Padmasana, you're going to be placing the elbows on the soles of the feet. So just place your elbows on the soles of the feet and interlace the fingers. So once you interlace the fingers, you're going to rest your chin on the knuckles, on the hands, interlaced fingers. And the most important part of this asana is the visualization. Close your eyes and visualize yourself going beyond all greed. So what in your inner space do you feel that you have greed about? Whether it is that you have greed about food, you have greed about money, whatever you have greed about, just surrender it to Swamiji's feet. Tell Swamiji you want to break the pattern of having the greed towards that particular object, feeling, whatever it may be. Drop that greed at Swamiji's feet. And as you continue to do this visualization, keeping your eyes closed, perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Yes, now continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and sit up straight. If you want, you can switch your legs, which if it's getting uncomfortable. Switch your legs and come back into Padmasana. As we move into the Padmasana 3. So Padmasana 3 is just simply sit in Padmasana and place the right palm under the left palm. So place the right palm under the left palm and place both the hands in front of your legs, in front of your navel. Continue to keep your eyes closed and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. So now we are going to be performing the Mahamudra Bandha. The Mahamudra Bandha is all of the three bandhas together. So now, as you keep your hands on top of each other, inhale deeply until your lungs is completely filled, and then lock your chin to the chest and stay there. Now, as you feel uncomfortable or you're not able to hold on to the breath anymore, slowly exhale. Lightly lift your chin forward and exhale. And once your lungs are completely empty, pull your stomach in and up into the Mahamudra Bandha. Continue to keep your chin tucked to the chest. So, performing two bandhas together and pull in the Mula Bandha. Tighten the perineum and stay here as long as possible. And when you can't hold on anymore, slowly release the three bandhas and then lift your chin forward and again inhale as deeply as possible. Let's perform this Mahamudra Bandha together. Inhale as deeply as you can, completely filling your lungs. Lock the chin to the chest. Stay here as long as you can. And now lightly lift your chin forward when you can't hold on anymore and exhale through the nostrils. And then pull the stomach in and up and lock the Mula Bandha. Stay here as long as possible and then inhale and release the bandhas. We are going to be performing this once more. Now this time when you inhale, you're going to be performing the Kakachanchukumbaka to inhale. So inhale with the mouth contracted, the tongue lightly to the lips, then lock the chin to the chest, hold the breath as long as you can, and then slowly exhale through the nostrils. And as you completely empty your lungs, pull the stomach in and up and lock the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्ति स्थितो योगिरात्.
Yes. Now relax. And now we move into Padmasana 4. So Padmasana 4, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and place the palms on the respective knees. So in this asana, you're going to visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. So now take a minute to visualize Paramashiva. Keep your eyes closed. Lock your eyes to the tip of the nose. You can keep your eyes closed and just bring the eyes to the tip of the nose and start visualizing Paramashiva. Visualize the 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, holding the various weapons, having Devi, Parashakti in his lap, golden in color, with one hand in Abhaya, blessing you, and with the other hand in Varada, along with the 50 hands. Continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbaka and hold the japa as well of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरि स्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
Yes, relax and open your eyes. The next asana is Karmukasana 2. So Karmukasana 2 is where we are going to be sitting in Padmasana. Continue to be seated in Padmasana. And now place, so your left hand, let's start with the right side. So your left hand is continuing to be on the left knee. And with the right hand, index and middle fingers, you are going to be holding on to the big toe of the left leg. And you're going to pull the leg as back as possible and leave it front. So you're basically rotating the big toe and also the entire ankle. Okay, so you're rotating the big toe and as well as the ankle, pulling the leg as back as possible. And now once you have done it on the right with the right hand, next you're going to switch the leg. So then you'll be placing the, so if you sat with, for example, previously if you first sat with the right leg on top of the left leg, then you will do it with the left hand. If you placed your right leg on top of your left leg, you will do it with the left hand. If you sat with your left leg on top of the right leg, then you will do it with your right hand. So whichever leg is on top, that leg is with which you're going to be performing this Karmukasana 2. So rotate your legs like you are pulling a bowstring. pull it as back as possible. So if you're done a few rotations with your left hand, then switch to the right, then once again switch. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयो स्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
So this asana, Karmukasana 2, is the basic asana for the next asana, which is Karmukasana 3. So in Karmukasana 3, what we are going to be doing is first open your legs out. So open your legs out in front of you, and you're going to be sitting back in Padmasana, but you want to bring the foot as deep into the thigh as possible. So pull your leg as deep into the thigh as possible, and you're going to be wrapping your hands around the leg. So you're going to cross your hands behind the back. So cross your hands behind the back and hold on to your feet. This is Karmukasana 3. So for this asana, you can take the help of a partner, so they can help you to pull your leg or pull your hands as back as possible, so you're able to perform this asana. So first, place your legs as back as possible, cross your hands behind the back, help them to hold on to their legs, and then pull the leg as much as possible. All the way from the ankle you can pull the leg so that they're able to hold on. So let's all try this asana. All of us can try this asana. So even if you're not able to do the Padmasana, that's fine. Just sit with one leg on top, one leg in the bottom, cross your hands behind the back, and try to hold on to the opposite sides. So you can first do with one hand, then you can switch the foot and do it with the other side as well. So even if you are able to hold on one side, that is great. Let's all try the Karmukasana 3. Let's take a few minutes to perform this. Tighten your Padmasana as much as possible. And when you exhale, you can squeeze yourself even more to hold on to the opposite sides. So let's all try the Karmukasana. So in my experience, if you ask me what is the easiest way to do this, first I would keep my legs nice and tight, and then I would first hold on to the leg which is on top, because the leg which is on top is automatically going to move further away, because the leg on the bottom is already locked by the leg which is on top. So I would first hold on to the leg which is on top as much as I can, and then I would attempt to hold on to the leg which is on the bottom, which will make it much easier. So once you have locked the legs in front of you, once you have locked your legs, bringing the lower leg as much as deep as possible, you should be able to like keep your foot outside of the thigh. So you would keep your foot as back as possible. Your foot has to come outside of the thigh. So your foot has to come all the way outside of your thigh, and then you will bring the opposite leg as well. So again here, your leg is almost outside of the thigh. It's outside of the thigh, the feet, the toes are outside of the thigh. So then cross your hand. So cross the hand, hold on to the big toe, and then squeeze yourself lightly leaning forward, and then hold on to the opposite toe. So this is the Karmukasana 3. So once you have performed with your right leg on top, then you can switch your legs. So then place the right leg as the down leg, as the first leg on top, then the left leg. Wrap your hand behind the back and see if you're able to hold on. For some of us, one of the leg would be easier, so that is good. Try on both sides and see which is your comfortable side. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow and gaze at your nose. Continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयो स्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
Yes. So the next asana is the same asana. So in this asana, it is just the change of the visualization to visualize ourselves as Paramashiva, as Paramashiva's third eye, as the third eye of Paramashiva, bringing the visualization of the third eye and fixing your gaze at the third eye as well. So let's all continue to perform this asana. Visualize ourselves as the third eye. Bring your gaze to the third eye and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदा वायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री वेष्टयित्वा प्रधारयेत् करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
Yes. So the next asana is Nagasana. So now, keeping your legs in Padmasana, cross your hands behind the back. So you're going to, from this asana that we had done, the Karmukasana 3 and the Dridasana, you're going to interlace your, you're going to cross your hand behind the back, holding on to the opposite toes, and now try to slowly lie down. Try to slowly lie down, and at the same time keep the hands on the holding the toes. So this is the Nagasana. So if you're not able to hold on to the toes, that's fine. Just hold on to one toe if you can, onto one side if you can, and lie down on the back. Visualize a snake in your inner space and you can perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Sahaja Kumbhaka is where you inhale the prana through the nose. Inhale, hold the breath comfortably, exhale, and once again hold the breath comfortably. So lie down on your back with the hands crossed. If you're not able to hold on to both of your toes, that is fine. Just lie down with your hands crossed behind the back. And if you're not able to keep the Padmasana, that is fine. You can go a step lower where you just keep one leg on top of the other and lie down with your hands crossed behind the back. Try to keep the knees together. Visualize yourself as a snake in your inner space. And continue to perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम पद्मासन को ठाने, दो हाथ पाछाने आने, पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी, सोबई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी, गोड़ा जंघ अग्र को दाशे, मस्तक को समसूधो राशे, नासा अग्र दृष्टि को धरे, आसन नग्र ऐसे विधि करे, नासा रोग जोर ना रहे, विशाल पिन सजोय, जुषामा आदिक सब हरे, नगरासन गुणसोय.
Now continue to lie down on your back and slowly release your legs from the Padmasana. Straighten the legs and then slowly bend the knees to your chest and wrap your legs. Wrap your legs around the leg, wrap your hands around the leg and just bring your legs as close to the chest as possible. Squeezing yourself, visualizing yourself as a ball. Visualize yourself as a ball. Just roll from side to side, back and front, massaging the lower back. Let's take a minute to settle into this asana. Squeeze your legs, rock from side to side. Continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्, पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत्, कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Now relax. You can release your hands from the legs. And now we move into Urdhva Pavanasana. So this asana, a lot of us are already experts of. Now just keep your legs keep your feet flat on the floor with the knees pointing up. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and just lie down, relaxing yourself. So a lot of us are already experts of this asana. So during this asana, visualize yourself as Swamiji, gaze to the nose and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे, गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे, गुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठ दोई, करे एक समेल रसोई.
Yes. Now release your hands from behind your head and you're going to be placing them by your side. So you're going to now be placing the heel under the fingers. Okay, so place the keep your leg in the same position and keep the fingers underneath the heels. So bring your legs nice and close to your body. Bring your legs nice and close to the buttocks, and place the heels on the fingers, and then lift your hips as high as possible up in the air, bringing a straight line all the way from your knees to the shoulder. One straight line. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. So bring that power and lift your hips up. Let's all stay in this position for a few seconds. Lift your hips up. Tighten the perineum with the Mula Bandha. Tighten your abdominal muscles. Push your shoulders onto the ground. And stay here for a few seconds. Let's stay here for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now slowly come down. Take a quick breather. And now once again, lift yourself up into the asana, into Markata Pitasana, and hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space.
उत्तानसेनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तमयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Yes. Now slowly place your feet onto the ground, your buttocks onto the ground. So the next asana is Utana Shikihi Pitakasana. So this asana is a continuation of the previous asana. So we'll first show you the asana and then you can perform it. Okay, so lift your hips up off the ground, and as you lift the hips up, you're going to be bringing your hands onto the hips. So bring your hands onto the hips and support your hips. Okay, and now slowly straighten the feet. Straighten the knees as much as possible. Straighten the legs as much as possible. Even if your feet come off the ground, that's fine. Try to straighten the knees as much as possible. So this is why you're placing your hands on the hip for the balance. So place your feet as straight as possible. This is the Utana Shikipitakasana. So let us all perform this asana together. Let's all lie down onto the back. So place your hands by your hip, and as you raise your hip up onto your shoulder, bringing the entire body onto the shoulder, slowly bring the elbows under the hips. So bring the elbows as much under the hips as possible. The more under the hip you keep the elbow, the less likely it is to slip off onto the sides. So nicely lock the elbows under the hips and visualize Swamiji in this asana. Gaze to the nose and perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जङ्घूरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now slowly bend your knees and lower the body down. Bend your knees and lower the body onto the ground. As we now move into the next asana, which is Narakasana. Okay, so for this asana, we are going to be lying down on the ground, and from this lying down position, so first bring the knees, bend the knees, and then you're going to be placing the hands like how you did in the previous asana. You're going to be placing the hands on the hip. Then kick the legs up. Kick the legs up and come on to your shoulders. So come on to the shoulders and support the lower back, support your body with the help of your hands. So let's all kick up and stay there. So if you're not able to lift your back off the mat, that is fine. Just lift the legs alone up and try to straighten the legs as much as possible. And if you're able to, push the hip up. Push the hip up and stay there. And if you're able to do this as well, remove the hand from the back one by one and place the palms on the ground. So in this, you're going to completely bring the entire balance onto the core, onto your shoulder and hands. So this is the 3 variations you can all try. So first, raise the legs up. If you're able to, kick your legs up even higher onto the shoulders. Place your hands on the back, and if you're able to do that as well, slowly lower the hands onto the ground. Yes, in KAILASA, Bolivia, we have a few participants who are doing it. That's great. Visualize yourself traveling through Naraka, which is the hell, without being touched by any of the anything, just traveling through the hell downward. Without being disturbed, and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Yes. So now the next asana is from this same position, right? From this same position, you're going to bring the hands back onto the back. So bring your hands back on the back and slowly lean the legs forward. So slowly you're going to be leaning the legs forward, angling the legs as much as you can. So angle the legs as low as possible as we move into Naukasana. So let's all try this asana now. So bring the hands back, raise the legs up, raise the legs up. Place your hands on the back to balance yourself. Then slowly lower the legs as low as possible. Even if your legs slip, you're not able to hold on anymore, just lower the legs onto the ground. And then once again, lower the legs as much as possible. Okay, so it's not lower to the head, but on the opposite side. So if you're not able to lift your hips off the ground, raise your legs up. So we'll show that variation as well. Just keep the hands by your side, keep the hips on the ground, and lower your leg as much as possible. So you get the same effect that you're doing with the asana with the legs up. So just lower your leg into a 45-degree angle. Keep the knees straight and lower the leg into a 45-degree angle. So if you're able to, then lift your hips off the ground. Visualize a boat in your inner space. And balance here as you visualize Swamiji, as you visualize the boat and perform the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now let's take a quick break. Lower your legs onto the ground. We have another asana which is Dvajasana, which is in the same type of asana. So lower yourself onto the back. Let's have a quick breather. And now once again lift your legs up and place the hands on the back and lift the hips up. Come on, lift the hips up. And now you're going to slowly place the hands onto the mat, visualizing a flag. You can visualize the KAILASA flag in your inner space. Visualize the KAILASA flag in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now slowly lower yourself onto the ground as we move into Mritasana. Completely relax. Keep your hands by the side. Do not touch your hands to the body. Just relax the hands by the side. Lay flat on the ground, relaxing all the parts of the body, the whole body. Keep the whole body like a log. This asana removes all the fatigue and brings the peace of the mind. The mudra for this asana is the Shakti Chalana Mudra. So let's perform the Shakti Chalana Mudra. As you visualize the Kundalini energy moving through all of the 7 chakras, pulling the Kundalini energy through all the 7 chakras to the crown center. So visualize inside of you, there is a golden energy in the root of the spine. Start visualizing this golden energy move up from the Mooladhara, which is the root center, the base of the spine, moving up to the Swastikasana, below the navel center, the lower abdomen, the Manipuraka, the navel center, the Anahata, the heart center, Vishuddhi, the throat center, the Agnya, the brow center, between of the eyebrows, and finally to the Sahasrara, the crown center. At the same time, stop all of the micro movements, the twitching of your toes, the movement of your fingers, even your breath. Do not stop breathing, but inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, lowering, reducing the movement of your body as much as possible. Reduce the movement of your tongue. Stop the movement of your eyes, locking them to the third eye. Just gazing upward with your eyes closed. Completely relax here. And now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Whichever form, whether it is day before yesterday's darshan, the new dress and style that Swamiji had graced each one of us, the 3 or 4 pendants on his chest, the bright red dress with the golden spots and the small crown, or it is a form of Swamiji where he is not having any jewels, casual, with the hair just tied above the head, or with a simple turban on the golden Simhasana. Or maybe you have seen Swamiji physically during some of the programs. Then bring that visualization where maybe it was the first hug you had during the energy darshan. What experience you had? Maybe you're completely blank, or you had some particular vision inside of you. Bring awareness and cherish that moment. Do not get distracted with the thoughts. Unclutch from all of the thoughts. Do not think about what today's breakfast might be, or maybe you have a very urgent thing that is waiting for you back home. Maybe your stomach is not fine. Whatever it may be, do not allow the thoughts to come inside of you. This space of just unclutching, if you slip into that space of restful awareness with awareness, knowing that you are there, that is samadhi. Without awareness, unconsciously going into that state is what we call as sleep. So do not allow yourself to slip into the sleep or the tiredness. Be aware of your entire body, bringing the visualization of Swamiji in your inner space. Completely relaxing every single muscle, internal and external. Now, slowly come back to your body. Bring awareness to the tips of the toes, the ankles, the feet, the calves, thighs, your abdomen, your fingers, your wrist, your forearm, your arms and shoulders, your stomach, your heart and chest, your neck, your face, and then your head. Slowly start wiggling your toes and fingers. Interlace. Bring your knees to the chest. Gently rock yourself up into a comfortable seated position. And we now have a few minutes to quickly take a few questions. As yesterday, many of the participants were not able to have your questions answered. If any participants have any questions that you had throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and just a reminder to all of the participants that today we have completed 308 asanas successfully, beautifully. We have another 200 asanas of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama that we are going to be exploring next. And if we have, we'll be also going further. So if any participants have any questions, maybe you had some experiences, you had some pain or discomfort during any asanas, or you want to know the meaning of particular asanas, whatever it may be, you can come forward to the mic and ask your questions.
Nithyananda Maharaj, I've got a quick question. Yesterday I was sharing that when I'm practicing yoga, during the yoga and 2 hours later, I have absolutely no pain, even in my mouth when I received a major surgery 15 days ago. Is there something specific or any specific asana that I could practice so that the pain goes away even longer?
Particularly for the mouth surgery of your mouth, I would not, I'm not having any particular asana that would directly help your mouth, but something that Swamiji has taught each and every one of us in the Gurukul is that a very powerful technique that I myself have experienced is that the pain, focusing on the pain. Okay, so where is the pain emerging from? So whenever you see, if you see throughout the day, it's not that continuously you would have the pain, right? Suddenly you might forget about it, suddenly you might remember it. So it is just bringing awareness, right, to where, what is the, just close your eyes for a few minutes and bring awareness to where is the source of the pain coming from.
Okay.
And give healing to that particular place. Just channel that energy that Swamiji is giving each one of us. You can just visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Chant the Mahavakya and request Swamiji to heal the pain that you're experiencing, and that will really be a powerful technique that you can start doing from today, which will reduce the pain.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. I use Nidhi Mahavakya, but I will do that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Nithyananda Maharaj. This is Jessica from LA. Where can we learn more? Nithyananda Ma, where can we learn more about the animals, the visualizations, and their meaning?
So we can share the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama book with all of you.
Oh, thank you.
So actually, if you go to the Pinterest, so I hope you are familiar with the social media platform Pinterest. So in KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Pinterest account, we have uploaded the complete 508 asanas of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So that is one place where you can look at all of the various visualizations of the asanas. Or if you want more details also, we can share with you the book. So we will share the book with all of you, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and Tritiya Vinyasa Krama book, maybe today or tomorrow, and you can use that to go through the complete asanas and the visualization.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful, Maharaj. Thank you.
Dhyandam. Yes. So if all of us are clear, if we don't have anything else to ask, then we can all finish with the Purna Mantra. We can all complete the Nithyananda Yoga. Let's all sit in our yoga mat. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Bring the hands together in front of the heart center. Take a deep breath and let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. So the respective Kailasas, please.
For this Shivaratri, meditate on this light, intense light, which makes you feel very pleasant in the body, and that heat which is very pleasant. And I tell you, when you meditate on this light and this heat pleasant, you just lose sleep on that Shivaratri night. You become awake. That is what is the real context of not sleeping on that night.
வான்வரையிலும் வளர்ந்த ஜோதி ரூபனே, தேன் சுவை தரும் தமிழ் தலைவனே, மான்மழுவினை ஏந்தி நிற்கும் ஐயனே, கைலாசம் தந்த நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே.
For this Shivaratri, meditate on this light, intense light, which makes you feel very pleasant in the body, and that heat which is very pleasant. And I tell you, when you meditate on this light and this heat pleasant, you just lose sleep on that Shivaratri night. You become awake. That is what is the real context of not sleeping on that night.
வான்வரையிலும் வளர்ந்த ஜோதி ரூபனே, தேன் சுவை தரும் தமிழின் தலைவனே, மான்மழுவினை ஏந்தி நிற்கும் ஐயனே, கைலாசம் தந்த நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தமே.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
அண்ணாமலையே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யானந்தா கொண்டு கங்கை முடிக்கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புடி தோழனே வீடு பிடிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமுடி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாதாபரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி முடுகை கரையேந்தும் காலனே புலி தோழனே மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியாண்டு இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே தேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாவா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறவியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகைய கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே சொல்லுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே रचित नित्य वैभव गुप्त कैलैवासने ईशने सर्वेशने परमेशने जगदीशने नित्यने आनन्दने जीवने गुरुदेवने
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
सुराधिपं नमस्कृत्य शशाङ्ककृतशेखरं कपालमालिनं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
कालेश्वर महाकालं कालाञ्जननिवासिनं कालकृत्कालवेत्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
सर्वकृत् सर्ववेत्तारं सर्वज्ञम् अपराजितं सर्वभूतात्मभूतस्थं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
यो सृजत् सर्वभूतानि ब्रह्मान्द्याश्च सुरासुरान् तमहं लोककर्तारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
वरं वरेण्यं वरदं वरिष्ठं वरवाहनं वनमालाधरं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
प्रीतियत्प्रीतिदातारं सुप्रियं प्रियदर्शनम् उमापतिं सदाकान्तं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
धर्माधर्ममयं देवं सुखदुःखफलोदयं बन्धमोक्षप्रणीतारं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
मनोबुद्धिरहङ्कार तन्मात्रेन्द्रियगोचरं प्रधानपुरुषेशानं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
यं ध्यायन्ति महात्मानो मुनयः संश्रितव्रताः तं ओङ्कारपरं सूक्ष्मं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
सूक्ष्मं सर्वगतं नित्यं सर्वविद्येश्वरेश्वरं सर्वतत्त्वाश्रयं देवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं प्रणतोऽस्मि सदाशिवं
Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Nithyananda, Sadashiva, 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 Nithyananda, Sadashiva.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam to all the participants who have joined us for the program today.
Paramashivoham
We welcome each and every single participants who have joined us for today's Paramashivoham program. As today, we are going to be understanding a very important concept today as time. What is time? Most of us feel bound by time, right? Why time? Detailedly, Swamiji is going to be expanding on secrets of time. How to go beyond time.
Today you will be learning how you can conquer time, how you can maybe even manifest more time. If you feel I have no time for this task of mine, I need more time to give for my personal life and my work. What do I do? How can I go beyond time, or how can I manifest more time? Today is the day for you. Today we will be learning the secrets of conquering time, going beyond time, and much more. So we welcome each and every one of you to the program today. And we all just had a wonderful, powerful yoga. Can I request each of you to post in the chat? How did you like the yoga? How did each of you like the yoga? And for those of the participants who have joined us on YouTube and the other social media platforms, you can head to paramashivoham.org and you can join us on Zoom as well. Understand the yoga that all of us just did makes our inner space, our body physically and mentally ready to hold the science of enlightenment, ready to hold the spiritual powers that Swamiji is initiating us into. And after doing all of these 12 components in the Nithyananda Yoga, while doing the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, your body is ready to manifest the powers and express the different sciences that Swamiji is initiating us into. So let us start our day with the power manifestation. We will be starting our day with the third eye reading, the seeing through the third eye with the eyes blindfolded. We will be projecting in this round, we will be projecting an image for all of you to see. I request each of the participants to quickly bring your eye bands if you don't have it yet. And you can tie your eyes. Please close your eyes. Bring your awareness to the third eye. Remember Swamiji in your third eye, in your inner space. Connect to him deeply. Chant the Mahavakya. We will now be projecting an image for all of you. Start seeing through your third eye. What is the details of this image? What is being projected? The colors, the shapes, the sizes, whatever Swamiji is revealing to you, start verbalizing it. Continuously chant the Mahavakya, vibrate the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Please relax.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. I request each of the participants now to open your eyes. You can remove the eye band. And you can detail out in the chat whatever Swamiji revealed to you in your third eye. How did you experience it? What did Swamiji show you? Can I request each of you to post in the chat? Whatever Swamiji showed you. It could be colors, it could be numbers, it could be words, it could be shapes, sizes, objects. Whatever Swamiji showed you, can I request all of you to put it in the chat? Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Nithyanandam, Ma Sharma News, Nithyanandam. Can each of you post what you were able to see? What did Swamiji reveal to each of you? Okay. So shall we see the answer now? Let us see what was the image that was being projected for all of you. The image that was being projected was the image of a temple, the gopuram, the top part of the temple. And you can see it's like a beautiful scene of the sky behind. And it's quite colorful because the gopurams are painted. And yes, this is a gopuram. It's a picture of a gopuram. So this was the image being projected for all of you to see. Shall we do another quick round? Shall we all do another quick round? We'll be projecting another image for all of you. I request each of you to please tie your eye bands again. Please tie your eyes, settle down. You can sit straight. And remember Swamiji in your third eye. Connect to him. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. We are now projecting an image for all of you. I request each of you to please start scanning and seeing what is the image being projected.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
I request now each of the participants to post in the chat what were you able to see? What did Swamiji reveal to you in the third eye? Whatever Swamiji has revealed, whether the colors or what the image is about, just post detailing in the chat.
Whatever Swami has showed you, request all participants to please post in the chat section. Yes, Ma Anand Lakshmi, Ma Sharmain Moose. All of you can post. And shall we see the answer now? What was the image that was being projected? So yes, this was the image being projected. This is a picture of a road. It's like a really long, unending road with lots of lush green trees on the sides, and you can even see like some of the rays of the sun. So this was the image being projected. Yes. And see, whatever you experience during the power manifestation, that is what matters. The experience matters. And in that same space of power manifestation, actually your cognition, what you are understanding, your ability to grasp will actually deepen much, much more. So in that same space, let us enter into the first session of our day, where in the first session, all the participants will be understanding what is time. First, we need to understand Swamiji says time is different, Kala is different. So we are going to be understanding from Swamiji the principle of time, the Kala Tattva. What exactly is Kala Tattva? Let us now listen this truth beautifully from Swamiji himself.
Time and space is not same for all beings, even though the time zone and the machines to measure the time and the unit of time may be same for all of you. Understand this. Unit of time and machines with which you measure your time may be same for all you human beings, but time is not same for all of you. Each one of you experience different kala, time. Even in your own life, you experience different types of kala at different times. Time is a too small, poor English word for kala. The idea you have about time is more chronological, but the kala is existential. When the existential reality is measured by the mathematical, then it becomes chronological. Understand? Kala is existential and spontaneous, not chronological. Time is chronological. So, I do not want to use the word time for translating kala. You understand kala as I directly define from Akashic records. The dimension of the universe in which life, planets, stars, existence comes up, exists for billions of years, and relaxes spontaneously and simultaneously. You may measure billion years between a Big Bang and black hole, but in the dimension of Kala, it is happening simultaneously. Big Bang is happening along with black hole. Black hole is happening along with Big Bang, simultaneously and spontaneously. Meditate on this, I tell you. The great news I have is, even by cognizing, you will become eternal. Even by understanding it, you will become part of it. It is Deva Rahasya. What Yamadharma says to Nachiketa, it is secret of secrets, which even gods do not know. Understand? Even gods do not know. I am giving you an example of Kala Tattva, time principle. How an unconscious ordinary human being, how they grasp time. Maximum they are able to grasp only these 3 units of time. Earth rotating itself, making 1 day. Chandra, moon, going around the earth, making 1 month. Earth going around the sun, making 1 year. Only these 3 basic units of time, unconscious human mind is able to grasp. But the consciousness which could center itself in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, superconscious state, finds he is centered in KAILASA. This whole Surya Mandala is going around the KAILASA, makes the 4th unit of time called Kalpa. Listen. When you don't understand the 4th unit of time, Kalpa, you start developing very narrow vision about time, life, about everything. Anyone even intellectually understands the concept of Kalpa, the 4th unit of time, is liberated from so much of fears. I tell you, the permanence of existence, perception about life absolutely changes the moment you understand this 4th unit of time. I'm just revealing some of the superconscious principles. Understand? Because we are agitated, we don't think for a long time. Because we don't think or try to understand the multiple units of time, we are just stuck with 3 units of time. That is why all our planning, all our ability to connect with the time, all our ability to understand time stops with the units of years. Whether you calculate for 10 year or 10 million year, whole thing is just within the unit called year. Listen, the idea you have about time is responsible for certain chemicals to be released in your body. If you understand the 4th unit of time, a unique special chemical released inside your body, that is called Amrita. See, all the gods and demons going around the Meru, Mandara, the Meru hill, the KAILASA, understanding the time through the Vasuki snake. Vasuki is nothing but the symbolic representation of the time snake, Kala Sarpa. When that happens, the body releases nectar. Understand? The understanding I am giving now, the vast understanding about the fourth unit of time, if you can intellectually internalize and see in your life, suddenly you will realize you have so many powerful cognitions, so many powers, so many wonderful things in life. Now understand the units of Kala Tattva, and also understand how by not understanding the units of Kala Tattva, we are all collectively suffering and started believing suffering is natural. No! Suffering is neither natural nor inevitable. With the right understandings, it doesn't even exist. The visionaries are convinced suffering is inevitable, so the followers are also convinced suffering is inevitable. That is the biggest suffering. That is the real delusion. That is the real delusion. Now, let us look at only the fourth unit of time. The fourth unit of time is cognized by the mind which lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And even if all of you have not achieved the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, if you understand the principles from a person who lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and makes that as a lifestyle, you will enjoy all the benefits of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. For example, Einstein's theory, all of us may not understand, but many benefits derived from that theory, we are all enjoying in our life because we decided to accept his theories. Same way, the fourth unit of time, this theory, all of you may not be able to grasp it, but if you decide to accept and enjoy, make this theory as a part of you, you will enjoy all the benefits of these truths, benefits of this theory. That is what I call living enlightenment. Till you realize personally, individually, as your own enlightenment, living it because your Guru has revealed it, making that as your vision because your Guru has revealed it, is living enlightenment. Time, Kala Tattva, principle of time. Once internalized, you just become Kalatita. Understand? Your body is a complete, listen to this word, complete mechanism to convert any powerful cognition into power. Let me repeat, your body, which is alive, if you are listening to my satsang and you are able to cognize, you are alive. Your body, which is alive, is a complete mechanism. The mechanism is perfect and complete and capable of converting any powerful cognition into powers. So, please listen. The decision you make this moment only decides your perception of the whole past. How many of you cognize what I am saying? So there is no such thing as past exists for you. Your mind shows every moment different past. It is very unfortunate. Based on your present mood and the space, your mind shows your whole past in that same color. If you are in the dark inner space, your mind paints the whole past as dark and shows you. If you are in the bright inner space, your mind shows your whole past as a bright possibility. Only when you break this pattern, you start human life. Listen. Only when you break this pattern, you start human life. It is so unfortunate. It is so unfortunate. Listen. It is so unfortunate. Human beings does not understand the truth. When your mind is in dark space, it shows as if your whole past is dark. When your mind is in light space, as if your whole past is enlightened. Decide to cognize. Guru is manifest form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is unmanifest form of Guru. With this cognition, now sit. I'll give you the ultimate truths to liberate you from all delusions related to time. Listen carefully. Time is endless. Time is endless but not eternal. Time has no beginning, no end, but not eternal. Listen carefully. The world you are experiencing in your dream has neither beginning nor end, but it is not eternal. You enter into that world and come out but even by existence that world is not eternal. Swapna loga, la loka, the world you experience in your dream is not eternal. It has no beginning, no end. Its beginning and end are beyond your comprehension, but it is not eternal. Same way, time neither as beginning nor as end. Its beginning and end do not exist as you comprehend something beginning and ending. Same way, it is not eternal. Only Paramashiva is eternal. Everything else is anitya. Sutta Nitya is Paramashiva. The purely eternal, pure eternity is only Paramashiva. Understand? We all have different ideas, visualizations, identification with each of these technical terms. Each of these technical terms like a time, beginning, ending, eternal, ephemeral. We all have some ideas, visualizations. Time is beyond your idea of beginning and ending. Listen carefully. You have multiple births and deaths. Life does not end by your body not functioning. Your body stopping functioning is not end of life. If you want to end the life, raising the quality of your consciousness is the only way. Awakening to the fourth time, Turiya Kala, Turiya Loka, Turiya space is the only way to free yourself from birth and death. If you want to free yourself, you can consciously play with these births and deaths. You can take the birth as you want. You can even be born as a rich person, I tell you. If you just decide to cognize, wealth is too small. From the pure space of Kala Bhairava, Paramashiva is revealing all these great truths to the world. Please listen and internalize. All these truths are independently powerful and capable to make your consciousness into superconsciousness. Your consciousness is the seed. It is a possibility. If you understand these great truths, it can flower into superconsciousness. The seed is waiting to flower to achieve its completion and fulfillment. Listen and cognize these truths. You will achieve completion and fulfillment, ultimate enlightenment. Listen. The first truth. Kala continuously meets your consciousness now. So the mood of your body, your mind, your physiology, your psychology, you keep now, plays a very important role in your whole life. If you keep the now in incompletion or hopes, that will continue forever. If you keep the now in the completion and clarity, that will manifest forever. Kala does not meet your consciousness in the past or in the future. He meets your consciousness now, in the present. So, again and again, during your present moment, be in the space of completion. Learn to bring completion to yourself, restful awareness to yourself now. Kala, time, can tolerate anything but is allergic to powerlessness. Even if he sees there is some possibility of powerlessness in you, he just pulls it out. And I tell you, when he sees fear, when Kala sees fear in you, he tells, hey, don't bother. Whatever you are afraid of losing, you will see, now I am removing it. But you will not become powerless. You will not be depressed. Without that, you will be living, and after some time, you will even forget this was part of your life. Learn this. When you operate with life negative principles, the life negative dimension of the universe gravitates you. Life negative beings living in those universes support you and try to fulfill their aspirations through you. More you are life positive, time elongates, gives its best space for you. More you become life negative, time shrinks and gives the suffocating experience in you. Time elongates or shrinks within the elasticity called matter of the space. Space is also part of the matter from the higher zones of the space. Space is the refined matter from the lower zones like length, breadth, depth, time, but space is still a matter from higher zones, the higher dimensions, whether four fundamental forces of the nature humanity is able to logically understand. The power of gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force are the powers which ordinary human beings don't have access as on now. When the space-time elasticity is experienced by an individual, he manifests a power called ability to shift his being from any vertical time zone. Enlightenment is all about how you decide to feel about you. If Marana Smarana triggers, Marana Smarana means remembrance of death. If it triggers insecurity, uncertainty, oh, will I have a natural death or will I die in an accident? Will I be murdered or will I commit suicide? What will happen? I don't know. If the Marana Smarana triggers fears, pains, feeling terrorized and shivering, all that, be very clear. Your whole life is useless. So decide to spend time on yourself and evolve a very matured being for yourself. That is the biggest asset biggest asset a being can have is a matured, happy, joyful, vacation mood when you remember your death. Marana Smarana should give you vacation mood. Hey, I am going to have vacation with Swamiji in KAILASA. How long? Who cares? It's a vacation. I don't need to go for my job regularly. I neither need to do my office work nor need to do Sangha work. Hi, bye. If Marana Smarana gives you kind of a feeling relieved, listen carefully. Your cognition about past also will be very light. I tell you, you can feel your whole past was hell. You can feel your whole past was heaven. Both are factually, both can be supported with enough facts. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was hell. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion whole past was hell. Listen carefully. Paramashiva beautifully reveals the Kala. Listen. Kala is time. That wheel gets the bump whenever you have undigestible, intolerable, negative possibility. For example, some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even the poverty, but not sickness. Some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even sickness, anything, but not poverty. Some people, they will tolerate anything, but they don't want to lose their husband or wife. Some people, they will tolerate anything, they just don't want to lose their son. Some people will tolerate anything, but they can't handle the prison or even the fear of jail. Some people can tolerate anything. No problem about no fear of jail, no fear of disease, no fear of poverty, no fear of losing the house, no fear of losing the spouse, no fear of losing even the kids. They just can't handle a morning without a cup of coffee. Understand, something which triggers anxiety, panic, I can't deal it, which triggers you to lose your prajna, that your existence, which just imbalances your prajna. Listen carefully. That is what is the bump for the Kala Chakra to roll smoothly. Marana Smarana will point out what is it that makes you lose your prajna, your existence. Listen carefully. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but not the house they are living. There are some people who are ready to lose everything, but not any parts of the body in accident. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but afraid of getting imprisoned, jailed. There are some people who are ready to lose, they have no fear of jail, poverty, health, but they can't even think of losing the spouse. So like this, each one has some trigger point which makes you fall out of your prajna, balance of your prajna. Marana smarana triggers that. Listen carefully. You all should do marana smarana and trigger that pain point and heal it once for all. You just have to poke that tumor and pus should come out. What can be done? Nothing can be done. If the pus is taken out, even if you are collapsed, even if you collapse for 2-3 days, nothing wrong. But don't go for any other alternative, diverting, addictive methods. Face the marana smarana with boldness and courage. I tell you, anyone who faces marana smarana boldly and courageously gains a very powerful prajna. And I tell you, powerful prajna is the most beautiful asset. How these celebrities all, they ensure their beautiful part of their body like eyes, lips, thighs, hands, leg, nose, all that, and different various other parts also. How they ensure beautiful parts of their bodies, the different celebrities. Same way, the most valuable part of your life, part of you, is the consciousness, the powerfulness you raise through marana smarana. Marana smarana means remembrance of the death. What is triggered in you by remembrance of the death, you should go through that and build a most powerful, beautiful personality, conscious being, prajna, pratyagatma chaitanya, individual consciousness, jiva, self.
Nithyanandam. Wow, that was a beautiful, powerful session on Kala Tattva. What did each of you understand? Can I request each of you to please share your understandings on what you understood as Kala Tattva? What is Kala Tattva? Nithyanandam Lingodbhavanaya, Ma Lissy Wong, Nithyanandam. What did each of you understand? Ma Malvira Visconsulis, Ma Maluhya Mona. What did each of you understand as Kala Tattva? What is Kala Tattva? Can I request each of you to post? Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Ma Mahulya Mauna, because all participants to post. What do each and every one of you understand as Kala Tattva? Yes, Nithyanand, Nityalingodbhavanaya. Nice to see you for the program. Okay. So, let us understand what is Lingod, what is Kala Tattva? What exactly is Kala Tattva? Swamiji says, see, Kala Tattva, see, in Sanskrit, right? If you want to roughly translate time, we call it as Kala. We have 3 units, right? We usually see time as 3 parts: past, present, and future. Going beyond this is the Kala Tattva. And going beyond these 3 units of time is Kala Tattva. See, actually, Paramashiva beautifully reveals that Kala, which is time, that wheel, whenever you have indigestible and intolerable negative possibilities, some people can tolerate anything in their life, anything, but not poverty. And he actually beautifully reveals this in the Paushkaragama. Very beautifully, Paramashiva says in Paushkaragama, chapter 5, verse 7 and 8, in the Kaladi Pasha Patalaha, Paramashiva says, Grahakatvena tat siddhir nachate grahanam vina grahana bhavatastasya grahat ka shunya shavat stitaha tannivritya tannirittya damadautu mayato jayate kala tato vidya kala tatvad Tato vidya kala tatvada bud yogartam atmanaha. See, actually, it says that Paramashiva says very beautifully that the time, right, what we call as time, the time, kala is the time that wheel, like if you have seen the photo of Kala Bhairava, right, the Kala Chakra, the time, the Kala Chakra, the Kala Prabhavali has behind him. So the Kala Chakra. Whenever you have indigestible intolerance, negative possibility, some people can tolerate anything in their life, anything, but not poverty. Can I request each of you to take a few minutes and look into your life and pen down what all are the things that triggers you? What is it that you cannot handle? What are those few things? For example, losing your loved ones, or falling into poverty, or the fear of dark, or even the fear of death, the fear of the unknown. What are those few things that you cannot handle? Can I request each of you to write that down? Yes, I hope each of you have been able to complete writing this. All the places that triggers you, what is it that you cannot handle? Now, I request each of you to take a few minutes and pen down the different incidents, the situations that you remember getting triggered. And you can go back to the earliest incident, find the earliest incident when you started getting triggered. Can I request each of you to take a few minutes to write this down? Go sit with yourself, analyze. I request all participants, analyze within yourself. Masumati, Nithyanandama. Yes, Masumati, Shanmuganathan, Nithyanandam. Let us all spend time, sit, analyze within ourselves. What are the fears are we facing? Okay. Lingodvunaya, you have fear of afterlife judgment, fear of being banished by my near ones, fear of being rejected by people. Okay. Can I have you listening in? It's Lingodvunaya, if you're here, can you just post a yes in the chat? Yes, Nithyanandama, Sumati. How are you, ma? Nice to see you for the program. Can I request you to come on camera? Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Lingodvunaya. Okay. Now, you have all these fears within yourself, right? Fear of judgment, fear of being banished, fear of being rejected by people. Now, yes, Nithyanandamaya, nice to see you. Okay. Now, look inside yourself. See yourself, okay? When was the earliest memory you had this? Certainly, see, fear always comes only when certain situation has happened in our life. Only then we are having this fear, right? So I request you to go back. Find out the earliest memory where you felt this. You understand? Go back to the earliest memory where you felt banished from your near and dear ones. Go back to the earliest memory where you felt rejected by people, where you felt judgments after life. Just look into yourself. When was the earliest memory you had this? Can you take a few minutes to write this down? Malisi Wong, Nithyanandam, Maluhya Mona. Each of you can write it down. Pen down the incidents, situations you remember. You're getting triggered because of this fear. This fear getting triggered into you. Find the earliest incident. hope each of you have been able to pen down the earliest incident which you are able to recollect, which triggered you and created which triggered you for all the completions. Now I request each of you to take a few minutes to relive this. We will actually be completing with all of this. Understand, this completion will help us to relive all of those things that have happened in the past, so we can live in the present and the future, and that is how we can experience the Kala Tattva and go beyond time. Yes, Lingodvanaya has put that you remember one incident that when I was in the first grade, I was rejected by my deskmate, but it seems that I have incident earlier than. Yes, that's very true, Aya. We have incident much earlier than death itself. Yes, but whichever is the earliest you are able to remember, first start reliving that. First, do the process with that, and if you remember the earlier ones, you can go to that as well. But right now, do for the earliest one that you remember. See, I actually, Swamiji said, when you're doing the completion, right? Logically, we'll remember up to a certain point. But when you're doing completion, right? More details will be revealed to you. Who knows? This may, like, who knows? Swamiji might even show you an incident which happened when you were 2, or when you were just like few months. That's the power of completion. So as long, see, if you're able to trace back to this much, it is fine, great. But if you're not able to do more than that, you start doing completion with this incident. When you start doing completion with this incident, you'll see that you'll be able to go more back, more earlier. You'll be able to go earlier. Okay. So shall we all start this exercise? I request each of you to take a few minutes, and every incident that you have written down, start reliving it. Go back to that same age, that same you, the same emotion, the same dress, the same whatever the maturity level at that point in time. Become that again. Become that child again. Please start. Live to leave. Go back to that incident. Feel that incident has happened for you once again. Feel that same emotion. Feel that same people, experience, knowledge. What is triggering you? Go through that thing. Build consciousness. Build your Pratyagatma Chaitanya. This is all part of this. Relive intensely all the incidents. You will see, you'll be relieved. each of you have been able to relive and relive the few incidents that you have been able to recall and remember. See, understand this completion, when you do this completion, anything, all the pain that triggers you will leave you, that all the pain that binds you by the time will leave you, and you will be able to go beyond time. And that is actually precisely what we will be doing today during the power manifestation. All of us throughout the day are going to be manifesting the power of Akashic readings. Akashic readings. We apologize for the technical glitch. Today, all of us, as we are learning to go beyond time and experience the Kala Tattva, we will be manifesting the power of Akashic readings, which is accessing the past, the present, and the future, accessing the cosmic archives, the Akashic records, where all the details of the past, present, and future are available. And the best thing is, see, actually, only an enlightened being can even access these cosmic archives. But Swamiji is going to be blessing us all, and today we will be in today's darshan, we all will be initiated into this power, and we will be preparing ourselves and practicing this power of Akashic readings, of being able to access the cosmic archives. And Swamiji is that portal for us. So, shall we all enter into the Akashic readings? See, this is a very powerful power. You literally, once you are initiated in the Akashic readings, right? You literally manifest Kalabhairava. You manifest Kalabhairava through you to access those cosmic archives. And Swamiji, see, all of us need a portal, some way, like a door to access the cosmic archives. And Swamiji is that portal. That is why whenever we see the Akashic readings, we see it in Swamiji's form, and it will appear in golden letters. Anything revealed in the Akashic records will appear in golden letters. And today, as each of you are manifesting this power, I request all of you to take a few minutes to bring your Atmamurti if you don't have it. Please get your Atmamurti. And the Jnananjana, or the Aushada, which you may be having. Please get the Aushada and the Jnananjana. If you don't have either of them, and you don't have an Atmamurti either, you can just sit down and you will be doing it through your third eye for now. But if you have the Atmamurti and if you have the Jnananjana or any blessed Aushada, please bring that. Take a few minutes to bring it and settle down. Ma Sumati Shanmugam, Ma Listivong, Ma Malukya Maunana, Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Nithyanandam. I request all of you to please come on camera and let's start the power manifestation. I hope each of you have been able to have your Atmamurti and the Aushada. So the Aushada or the Jnananjana, you can apply it on both your third eye and the third eye of the Atmamurti. So you can apply it here and on the third eye of the Atmamurti, on Swamiji's third eye. When you start doing the Akashic readings, when you start accessing, when you're able to access the cosmic archives, whatever Swamiji reveals to you, whatever Kalabhairava reveals to you from the cosmic archives will appear in golden letters on Swamiji's form. So what you will be doing now is, we will be giving a specific date. We will be giving all of you a specific date from our own lives, and you will be seeing on Swamiji's form what are the details of the happening that happened on that specific date. You will be seeing this on Swamiji's form appearing in golden letters through the Akashic records. So can I request each of you to please settle down? Okay. So I request all participants now. Okay. Lingodbhavaniya. Okay. Malisivo, Masumati, I request all participants now. Please come. Okay, we're now going to be starting the power of Akashic readings. Okay. So I request all of you to please sit in front of your Atmamurtis or a picture of Swamiji. Anyone have an you can sit in front of Swamiji's Atmamurti and apply the Aushada. I request all the participants, please get your Aushada and come. You can put the Aushada on Swamiji's third eye and also on your third eye, and we'll be now starting this power manifestation.
Okay. So let's start with the palm manifestation. Yes. So I will now be giving a date to each of you, and all of you will be looking intensely stare into Swamiji's form, into his three eyes, into Swamiji's three eyes, and you will start seeing the answers in golden letters. I'll be giving the date now. So the date which each of you can scan is January 1st, 2012. Each of you can start scanning this date. What happened on January 1st, 2012? Please start now. Intensely with your three eyes, look into Swamiji's three eyes, and whatever appears to you in golden letters, start penning that down. Intensely start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Ask Swamiji to reveal. Ask Swamiji to reveal the details of what happened on this day.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Okay. And I request all participants to relax. Just pose as it is you're able to see in the Akashic readings. Whatever you saw in golden letters, exactly let it posted in the chat section. Just post as it is. However, you're able to see through the turban. However, you're able to see through the Akashic records. Post it in the chat section.
Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Ma Lucy Wong,
Paramashivoham
Ma Margarita,
Om Nithyananda
I request all participants to start posting.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. You didn't see anything Lingodbhavan. Actually, I do not very Lingodbhavan. You'll see slowly. It will start. You just need to connect to Swamiji intensely. Swamiji will show you. So shall we see? Shall I reveal the answer now? Ma Margarita, do you want to share anything? What did Swamiji reveal to you? Ma Lucy Wong, Ma Smriti Shanmugam, do any of you want to share anything? What did Swamiji show you?
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Okay. So the answer for what happened in my life on January 1st, 2012 was actually this day. In the morning, I was coming back from a trip to Srishailam along with my parents and even my grandparents. We had gone to Srishailam, so we were coming back in the morning from Srishailam. We were driving to Tiruvannamalai for the Mission Day celebrations. Swamiji, the day he started the mission. So we were traveling to Tiruvannamalai for the Mission Day celebrations, and upon reaching Tiruvannamalai, the darshan began, and we received darshan from Swamiji, and it was the Sarva Darshan time. So we received the darshan from Swamiji and were part of the entire day's celebrations for the whatever happened on the mission day. But actually my main memory is only us coming back from Srishailam and getting the darshan of Swamiji and him giving the rice as the blessings. So this was the incident that happened on January 1st, 2012. Shall we all do another round? Okay, so this time I'm going to be giving a date for all of you. So I request all participants now to scan what happened on December 17th, 2014. Okay, I'll repeat the date. December 17th, 2014. What incident, what has happened on this date?
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Intensely look with your three eyes into Swamiji's three eyes, and whatever appears to you in golden letters, pen that down.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Just relax. I request all the participants now post in the chat. What did Swamiji reveal to you? What was revealed to you in the Akashic readings? Ma Anandalakshmi, Lingodbhavanaya, Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Margarita, Ma Lucy Wong, Ma Sumati. Each of you can post what was revealed to you in golden letters.
What did each and every one of you see? Actually, Lingodbhavanaya, Swamiji would have shown you something this time. Swamiji showed me very clearly that like this time like you were able to see something on golden letters. A lot of people wear white, okay?
What else? See, actually, the best thing in Akashic readings is and any power manifestation in that way. Paramashiva, Swamiji will reveal to you in the language you understand. See, in the Akashic records, in like where it is stored, it may be in Sanskrit, it may be in Prakriti, like the oldest languages. But when it is revealed to you, as we are seeing Swamiji as the portal, like Swamiji is the portal for us to see, that it will get translated for us in the language that we understand. If you understand English, you will see it in English. If you understand Tamil, it will be revealed in Tamil. If you understand Spanish, it will be revealed in Spanish. Whichever language you are comfortable in, it will be revealed to you in that language. Like some kind of celebration, okay? So, should we see the answer?
Lingodbhavanaya, that Swamiji show you here. I request you to host.
Anything else?
Yes, Margarita flowers. Okay. Can you tell the color of the flowers we are able to see? Which color, or if you're able to see the type of flower also, that's great. But I request you to mention the color. Which color are you able to see? Purple or violet. Okay. Okay. That's nice.
Okay. Shall we get enter into the answer?
Okay. So on this day, on December 17th, okay, yellow flowers. Okay, that's my name. So it was on this day, December 17, 2014, right? It was Swamiji's Jayanti, and we were celebrating this in Cambodia. So yes, it was kind of a celebration where early in the morning we went to a waterfall, and Swamiji came, and Swamiji was standing there. Swamiji took bath in that, and Swamiji told to take also take bath in it because this Ganga water Swamiji showed. Swamiji told us Ganga himself, Ganga Mata itself has come there. So Swamiji told all of us to take bath in that waterfall and come. And after that, Swamiji was sitting, actually before that, Swamiji was sitting in a basket full of flowers. It was basket filled with flowers, like especially this basket, not like a basket actually, but kind of like a swing. Swing, like how in the ancient, like in the Cambodia, like if you want to go little towards the traditional sides of Cambodia, like how the swings are made with like are made with bamboo sticks and like with the coconut trees, coconut leaves and everything, right? So Swamiji was sitting with that natural made swing, which was covered with flowers. Like they were purple, violet, and yes, Swamiji was wearing like a lotus mala, In that lotus, there were purple also, purple and pink. Lotus Mala Swamiji is wearing, and around Swamiji also there's many flowers. Like different, like we had sunflower, roses, this like different types and different colors also we had. And like we can see right behind Swamiji is the scenario of the big waterfall. It'll be like such a nice, beautiful view of Swamiji. Yes.
So, Chunyu and
Lingodvanaya,
both of you have manifested. Great. Okay. So, with that, shall all of us enter into the next session of the day?
Yes. Aya, how did you feel, Aya? Lingodvanaya, how did you feel?
What did you experience? How did you feel you could
At first, you're having a lot of self-thought. See, Aya, do not give power to your self-thought. See, only when you empower your self-thought so much. This is what happens if we lose the confidence within ourselves. Next time, Aya, just don't have any self-doubt. Allow Swamiji to flow through. You'll see that the more and more he flows through, the more and more excited you'll feel, the more and more complete. At the end of the day, you are going to experience oneness with Swamiji. That's the thing. It's nice to hear that. Kaya is feeling very excited. That's nice. So, with this, let's now move ahead to the next session. The next session is actually a very special session where Swamiji is going to be telling us, demystifying, decoding the truth of time. This is actually a very powerful webinar Swamiji conducted, which is how to conquer time. Very beautiful webinar Swamiji gave on time, how to manifest time, what exactly is time. Details Swamiji will be revealing. So let us now enter this truth, where Swamiji is going to be sharing mystical truths about time.
Paramashivoham directly from KAILASA. Listen. Time in its 3 dimensions: linear, circular, vertical. Time in its 3 dimensions: linear, circular, vertical. When it is understood, mere understanding and conscious decision to use it is enough to get all the boons, blessings, powers, including enlightenment from Paramashiva. All the disciples, get ready, sit sincerely with absolute integrity. Now the initiation starts. Every word now comes out is direct initiation. Listen. Time in the linear level. When you understand the time in linear motion level, with your ideas about length, it is a calendar. Morning, evening, next day, next week, next month, past week, past month. just calendar, mere calendar. Time understood in the dimension of length is mere calendar. It can be 10,000 years past, 10,000 years future. Mere calendar used to document the history, that's all. Time understood in the level of breath, little more than the level of length, in the level of breath, is Panchanga, where the idea of the linear movement of the time, the documentation of the calendar is substantiated and supported with the knowledge of how the stars move in the Bhumandala, or how the stars are perceived in Bhumandala. That is the understanding about time in the breath level. Understanding about time in the depth level is astrology. The movements of the planets, Adityadi Navagraha Devatas, Aditya, Soma, Mangala, Buddha, Guru, Shugra, Shani, Rahu, Ketu. These 9 grahas, their movements, 12 rashis, their impact, 28 nakshatras, their influence, and Indradi Dasadik Balakas, their contribution. All these put together, when you understand time, it is understanding about the time in the depth level. That becomes a science called astrology. If you understand the time in the dimension of time itself, like inner image of the time, it's a pure consciousness and freedom. What Paramashiva reveals in Vedas and Vedantic truths. Please understand. Veda and Vedanta, Agama and Agamanta, all 4 is evolved by Paramashiva himself directly. In the Vedantic Upanishads, Paramashiva gives clearly the inner image about the time, what time feels about itself is absolute freedom. All human beings who take me seriously, all my disciples who take me seriously, note this point. If you spend few days without cell phone, any contact with the outer world, where you are all alone, you only know the sound of the silence and the nature, at least few days, It can be a week or a month, up to you. At least few days, if you spend, time will introduce itself to you. In the dimension of time itself, anyone who gets introduced about time by time, you are blessed and initiated into the other dimension of life. Listen. How much ever I try to convey, time in its inner image is the freedom you may try to imagine, visualize. But if you spend few days with the absolute silence of the nature, where only the nature's sounds speak to you, there is no other verbalization from the society, at least for a few days, you understand that time is freedom. Let me repeat. Time, perceived, experienced, cognized just in the level of length, is calendar. Time, perceived, experienced, cognized in the dimension of breath is Panchanka. Calendar substantiated with the cosmic movements of stars, grahas. Time, perceived and understood, cognized in the dimension of depth is astrology. All the impact on time and by time on you, all the impact time receives from the cosmos, its impact on you. Understanding this whole depth is astrology. Adityadi Navagraha Devata, 12 Rashis, 28 Nakshatras, Dashadik Balakas, their collective influence on you is understanding of time in the depth level. Time understood in the level of time dimension itself is freedom. I will make this knowledge as a practical experience for you. Listen to me intensely. Listen to it intensely. I can introduce time in its inner image inside you through unclutching. I can make you experience the sound of cosmic silence, Anahata Dvani, inside you by unclutching you. especially my disciples who have given the spiritual GPA to me. I have the moral and conscious right to enter into your inner space and unclutch you. Whoever gives me that right, I will initiate you now, right now, and lead you step by step into the next level understanding. Next, circular experience of time. This is the arch Prabhavali of Mahakala Bhairava. Listen. In this motion, in this movement, memories, patterns, ideas, experiences, perceptions, cognitions, incidents go on repeating, including life and death. Just repetition, 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 repetition. This repetitive pattern, circular motion of the time should be pushed behind you. Push it behind you. Do not entertain, entangle, engage with it. Do not try to correct the incidents. The more you try to correct, the more you will get sucked into it. How Mahakala Bhairava puts the circular motion of the time behind him. Push it behind you. Third, vertical time. The vertical time is experienced in your life only when you are in intense samadhi state. Normally, for a common man, when he is really in an absolute oneness, either during the initiation with Paramashiva or during the puja with the deity, or rarely during the sensual pleasures. If you listen to some music deeply which you really enjoy, few moments you experience vertical time. If you eat some food after a long time which you really enjoy, for few minutes you settle down and experience vertical time. If you had a deep touch pleasure experience, it can be sexual or massage or romance, anything related. Deeply when you settle down inside, few seconds you experience vertical time. Either during the initiation or the extreme moments of pleasure, you get the glimpse of vertical time. If you get it during the initiation, it will be repeating again and again and raising you to the higher zones without tiring your body and mind. You will raise your consciousness more and more, stronger and stronger, powerful. With sensory pleasures, Because the senses and its abilities are limited, the travel in the vertical time zone is restricted by the capacity of your body. That is why going through the route of the sense, 5 senses, pleasures, is less recommended. Going through the route of initiation, getting empowered by samadhi state, nirvikalpa samadhi state, is the most beautiful way of raising yourself to the vertical time zone. Listen. Time perceived in the length dimension level is calendar, chronological time. Few million years in the past and few million years in the future. Just chronological calendar. Time perceived and cognized in the breath dimension is chronological calendar supported, substantiated by the cosmological events, like the movements of the stars, planets, all that. Time perceived, the dimension of depth is astrology. How? The cosmological events and movements of grahas, rashis, nakshatras, and digbalakas directly impact time, and how that time impacted by the cosmological beings impact you. This science is astrology. If you want time's self-introduction, nirvikalpa samadhi unclutching is the best state where time introduces itself to you. An absolute freedom. Then comes circular time, circular motion, circular dimension of time. Repetitive. Births and deaths. Trillions of times goes on and on and on till your consciousness consciously decides to step out of time from that circular rut. When you push that circular dimension of the time behind you, you manifest the powers of Kala Bhairava. You conquer time. Time becomes just maybe I should say your servant. It does what you want. It does not bind you anymore. In time, in the vertical zone, can get anything your consciousness wants, including enlightenment. That is the ultimate. Time in the vertical zone is the Trishul Mahakala Bhairava is carrying. Time in the circular movement is the Prabhavali behind Mahakala Bhairava. Push the circular time behind you. Keep the vertical time for your success in everything. I'll empower you with the time as power. Vertical time. As far as the experience of time, cognition of time, the moment you understand its various existence, its various dimensions of existence, its various levels of existence, knowledge liberates. Knowledge becomes power. Krishna knows the impact of planets on the Mahabharata war. That knowledge, simple knowledge, he played with it and changed even the impact of the planets and made Pandavas one. On Amavasya, if the war starts, only Kauravas will win. But already both sides agreed on Amavasya they will start the war. So what to do? One day ahead of Amavasya, Krishna gives Darpana. Sun and the moon both got terrorized, frightened. Hey, how can Krishna give Darpana one day before the Amavasya? Is something wrong? I think somebody gave false information to Krishna. He need to be told that Amavasya is tomorrow. So both of them rush to Krishna. Before Krishna offers the pinda, they rush and tell him, Prabhu, you forgot Amavasya is tomorrow, but you are giving pinda darpana today. Did anyone misinform you? Krishna smiles and says, what is the definition of Amavasya? Sun and the moon said, when sun and the moon meets, planet Earth. Both of you are here. Today is Amavasya. Done. Go. Receive the darpana. Over. The knowledge he had about the time in the depth dimension, he just manipulated it and manifested what he wants. Listen. I'll give you the knowledge about the time in the dimension of time. It means you will be protected forever beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. Understand? Beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denials, you will be protected. That is the power of the time. When you understand time in its time dimension itself, Trishul is vertical dimension of time. Trishul in Mahakala Bhairava's hand symbolizes vertical dimension of time. The Prabha circle behind the Mahakala Bhairava symbolizes circular dimension of time. Circular dimension has no direct use for any seeker of enlightenment. If you are interested in enjoying the same pleasure, if you want the same husband again and again, same wife again and again, same birth and same type of death again and again, then go and enjoy the circular dimension of time. If you want a breakthrough, step beyond the circular dimension of time. Vertical dimension of time removes brain fog. Listen to this word. Brain fog is blind spots and delusions in your life. Feeling stuck is nothing but brain fog. You know, you don't like that breakfast, but you continue to eat because you forget to remember the options. Forgetting the possibilities and choices you have to have a breakthrough is what I define as brain fog. You have an option in every level, but forgetting the choices, forgetting the possibilities, forgetting the options, not having the guts to use all the tools with which you are empowered. You are empowered with multiple tools and equipments. You have the power of greed, power of making yourself greedy or making others greedy about something. It's a power. Making yourself putting in fear, frightened, or you can make someone frightened. It's a power. You can inspire yourself, you can inspire someone else. It's a power. Not using all these abilities to have a breakthrough, not even remembering you have all these choices, is brain fog. Vertical time liberates you from the brain fog. Listen, the circular time keeps the brain fog alive. As long as you have the brain fog delusion, the lifestyle with brain fog, the circular time will have power over you. The moment you decide, you will use the choices you have in your life and break yourself from this repetitive, boring, tiring, circular motion of life, getting stuck, rut. Your life, if it is CCTV'd, video recorded 24 hours for 1 year, only less than 10% of your movements will be new. Whether the way you get up from your bed, or the way you go to your restroom, wash yourself, or the way you grab your breakfast, or the way you get into your car and go to office, till the way you come back to bed and do or don't do your bed rituals. The whole thing, only less than 10% will be new. So 90% of your life is filled with the brain fog, and you will understand very seriously why you are having that deep feeling stuck, because you forget your possibilities, your choices, your abilities to break this boring, tiring, circular motion of time. Having a breakthrough, going for different choices, different possibilities, using different tools. I tell you, the more you use your body, the more it will become healthy. The more you use your ability to inspire yourself and others, more you will be living excited life. Inspiring yourself and inspiring others opens up so many possibilities, choices in your life. It removes boredom. I tell you, again and again, anyone who does the work of KAILASA, especially enriching and causing, will be 10 times more productive. Just the other day, I received a message from one of our Sarvanyapeta Yajaman. Anyone who does enriching. See, enriching. Either you inspire yourself or you inspire others. You break from the circular motion of life, the circular time, the excitement and inspiration and possibilities and choices opens unimaginable doors. Especially when you enrich yourself and others about KAILASA, it is directly injecting yourself and others with the nectar of Paramashiva. Paramashiva Amrita. Paramashiva Amrita. Which comes from vertical time zone. I have seen in my life people who want to get enlightened, who enter into the organizations which is already well built, comfortable, luxurious, cozy life. Like good rooms, good life, everything is there. From morning till evening, your routine is defined. They rot and die the worst death and waste their life. People who enter organization like us, KAILASA, alive. Here from scratch you need to build. Inside or outside. You are only given the spiritual tools and supported with ecosystem. For example, I have accommodation for more than 1,000 people in Adi Kailash. At least 1,000 people. And comfortable rooms, maybe at least 200 rooms we may be having, all put together. And other than that, the 1,000-bed dorm, so many things are there. But I always make sure when newly people come for enlightenment, either for sannyas or brahmacharya, I make sure they stay in the temple, start building from scratch. I could have built huge stone temples and structures long before. But I am building enlightenment ecosystem, not organization. I am not here for some real estate wonders, architectural wonders, just to create some architectural wonder, real estate wonder, to go gaga about. No. I am here to create enlightenment ecosystem. Once Paramashiva, my guru, Arunagiri Yogishwara, told me directly and initiated me. He said, all your ideas about whether you are qualified, whether you understood, everything only is in the level of length, breadth, depth, dimension. But time, is beyond all these three dimensions. So the protection of Mahakala Bhairava, manifestation of Mahakala Bhairava, the power of Mahakala Bhairava is beyond all your self-doubts, self-denial, self-hatred. It is pure transmission through initiation. With this powerful cognition, he initiated me. Now, empowered by Paramashiva as the living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I give you the same initiation. You will all experience the pure freedom, power of time. Time in the dimension of time itself, which is beyond length, breadth, depth, all self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. I channel that Paramashiva's initiation Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, through me into you all. Through this initiation, I give you the power to break free from the brain fog. Look at all the choices, powers, possibilities in your life. Expand, expand, expand beyond self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Time in its pure dimension of time itself is freedom. Listen. Multiple times when people get my answers for their question, they feel, oh God, what a big breakthrough. I never thought that choice exists for me, that possibility exists for me. How I did not even look at that possibility which was in my plain view. How did I have so much of blind spots? Because you are filled with brain fog. Break from the brain fog. Listen, I'll give you some of the incidents. How people had breakthroughs with the possibilities. Actually, when you see your possibilities and powers and start analyzing, start stepping beyond your brain fog, that circular time rut, and start looking at the possibilities, the strength and the courage and excitement, inspiration you manifest in all dimensions. One person came and told me, Swamiji, you instructed me so many times to make my family connected to you, but I am not able to inspire my daughter to be connected to you, to connect it through devotion, feeling connection. She is making her own decisions and choices. I said, don't worry. Nothing to worry. I only want one child from you. Plan for one more child, that's all. If your daughter makes her own decisions, she carries on with her life, don't worry. Plan for the next child and bring that child up, grow that child with intense, powerful cognitions and initiations. Send the child to the Gurukul. The moment he started looking into this possibility, the power, excitement, intensity, everything he started manifesting, gave breakthrough for him in all dimensions of life. Whether in his relationship, in his wealth, health, enlightenment, power manifestation, because when you break this circular time, that rut of circular time, repetitive, frustrating, boring, tiring, unable to solve and handle the issues, that kind of a pattern and mental setup, and step beyond the new possibilities and excitement and inspiration. I said, when you step beyond the brain fog and start seeing things, different world opens to you. He was shocked. He said, yes, Swamiji. How did I not look at this possibility? Why did I not think about it? I said, that's what is brain fog. You are not too old. You are young enough. Plan for the one more child. Let your daughter know. Swamiji does not want to disturb her decisions and freedom. Let her live her life. No problem. Plan for one more child. Bring that baby consciously and evolve, raise for the life of Hinduism and enlightenment. Send the child to the Gurukul. Over.
Nithyananda, that was a powerful session where we all learned the how to decode time and how to decode time and space. Can I request each of you to share your understandings? What was one click that you got? How you can go beyond? How you can decode time and space, boundaries of time and space, whether it is through psychological time, physiological time. What did you understand from this session? Lingodvavanaya, Maluhya Mauna, Margarita. I request each of you to post. How can you decode time and space? See, it is like brain fog. Swamiji revealed brain fog, right? That is like a blind spot and a delusion that you have in your life. If anything, we see like with brain fog. Now, for example, you're not wearing any glasses or any colored thing. You see things as it is. But brain fog is like putting like maybe a blue sheet or a purple, green, some like a colored sheet in front of you that makes you see the world around you green or blue. If you're wearing blue lens, then you'll see the world around you blue, and that is exactly how brain fog is. It makes you see everything like whatever delusion you are going through, it makes you see that. And feeling stuck is nothing but brain fog. You know you don't like that breakfast, you know you may not like something, but you continue to eat because you forget to remember the different options you have. If you don't like one meal, you have another option to make another like variety dish. But what happens when you have brain fog? You forget the different options that are open to you, the different possibilities that are open to you.
So, very beautifully in this session, Swamiji spoke about, right, the how to conquer time. The space and time layers Swamiji very beautifully expanded. Yes, Ma Mahulia, Ma Lucy Wong. Because all participants, suppose you are understanding, what do each and every one of you understand by this? Yes, Machanyu, Nithyananda Ma. What do each and every participants, I request all of you to post, what do all of you understand by this?
What did each of you understand by this? And how each of like all of these are affected? You see actually that you see life from the angle from brain fog. Like you see brain fog covers you and you see every single thing from that angle.
Very beautifully in the Shiva Sutra, in the Shiva Sutras, Paramashiva says, Swamatra nirmadam apadayati. The meaning goes, experiencing that this objective world is a product of this subjective consciousness. Swatmatra. He can create or manifest any object or matter or occurrence that he thinks or desires in this universe within this time and space.
And that is possible when you can go beyond and decode time and space dimensions. Can I request each of you now? Let's enter into a small internalization exercise. Can I request all of you to pen down your new transformative moments that you had in the last 24 hours? In just the last 24 hours, you've seen your own life transform, the transformative moments. Please start penning down. I hope each of you have been able to write down. In the last 24 hours, the few moments where you felt transformative. Next, can I request each of you to pen down the problems that you are repeating in your life again and again and again? The different patterns, the problems that keep repeating in your life. For example, being late for your deadline, or missing something like missing your punch, or when you're punching your number in the credit card or for a password, always missing it. And for all of these, what are the different problems that you keep facing again and again and again on a literally like a cycle? What are those different problems that you're facing in your life? Can I request each of you to please spend a few minutes to write this down?
See, understand, Swamiji says, in Hinduism, we believe that time is circular, right? That's why the Kala Chakra, right? That's why the Kala Chakra is circular. So anything which is repetitive, understand, if something is repetitive in your life, if the problem is repetitive in your life again and again and again, you are caught in you are caught in time. Now, for us to go beyond time, for you to go beyond time, right? For you to go beyond time, you have to break free yourself from the circle. Like, see, imagine. Okay, let's take this as an example. Okay, so now I have the bangle with me. Okay, this is circular, right? This is circular. Now it's, so for example, if I start from here, and if I go again, I'll come back to the same place, right? Again, I'm moving. So wherever, no matter where I start, I'm gonna come back to the same situation again and again and again. So the only solution for me to come out from this bangle, for me to come out from this loop, for me to come out from this time loop is going from it, meaning breaking free from this time loop, breaking free from this time chakra. So we request all participants now to identify all the problems that are repetitive in your life continuously. No matter whatever you've done, no matter completions you have done, no power manifestation, whatever you've done before. But it's keep on happening for you again and again and again. Write it down. Write those problems down detailedly as possible.
Nithyananda. I hope each of you have been able to pen down the different problems that you face, that you are repeating on a loop in your life. Just like how in a circle, the same problem keeps going and going and going in the time loop. I hope each of you have been able to write these few problems down. Can each of you post in the chat if you have been able here before we move to the next step? Any questions? Have till both these steps that we have completed, have each of you been able to write? Ma Anand Lakshmi, Ma Orietta, Nithyanandam, were you able to write this exercise, Ma? Ma Listening, Ma Margarita. Okay. Yes. Have each of you been able to finish writing? I think Ma Margarita, I still see you writing. Shall we move to the next step? See, in the next step, what each of you will be doing is for each of the problems that you have penned down, for each of the problems that you have written down, what is the reason for these? And you can write down what the reason for these are, and also mark
whether it is self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. For example, you're being late for your deadline. What do you think is the reason of the impossibility? That I can't do it, I can't finish it. So where does it come from? Deep self-doubt. Understand, Swamiji says, the root for each of the problems which you're facing is either self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial.
I hope each of you have been able to finish writing this. Now, can I request each of you to look at all the choices, the powers and the possibilities that you actually have in your life that is actually open for you. Expand it. All of these possibilities are open for you to expand, and also go beyond time, beyond your self-doubt, beyond your self-denial, beyond your self-hatred. And you have the possibility to bring completion for each and every areas where you have bent down. All the areas that you have bent down, you can bring completion to those areas, going beyond all your STHD. So can I request each of you to just internalize that this completion is possible and declare that you have the different choices and possibilities open. Nithyananda. I hope each of the participants, all of you, were able to do this step and understand how there are multiple choices open for you, there are possibilities open for you. All you need to do is go beyond your STHT and conquer the time layer that is there and remove the brain fog that is stopping us different possibilities, the different choices that are open for us. And now, with that understanding that you have multiple possibilities open, shall we all enter into the power manifestation? Knowing that you have multiple possibilities, even for power manifestation, just because you may not be able to do one, that does not mean you cannot do the other. Swamiji manifests in multiple ways in different dimensions, and he will manifest for you whatever is best for you. So from that space, can we enter into the power manifestation? We will be doing another exciting round of Akashic readings. Can I request each of you to please bring your Atmamurti, your Aushada or Jnananjana, and you can settle down. And all the participants not on camera, I request all of you to please come on camera. Nithyananda, Ma Fatima, the Hestani. Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Ma Orieta. Okay. So in this round, all of us will be manifesting. Yet again, we will be giving you a specific date. And all of you will, or actually, let's do one thing. I'll be telling you an incident, and all of you will be scanning which date it was on. So this is what we will be doing in this round. Are all of you excited? Ma Anand Lakshmi, Ma Orieta, Ma Fatima Dehastani, Ma Sharma Muse. I will be, myself from Ma Virija, we will be giving you an incident. And you will be seeing through the Akashic readings what date that incident happened. Okay? So I hope each of you have brought your Atmamurti and your Aushita. Ma Orieta, can I request if you could come on camera, Ma, please? Understand, Swamiji is the portal for you to connect to the Akashic readings, to access the cosmic archives, which holds the past, present, and future. Any information from the past, from the present, and into the future is in the Akashic records. And these Akashic records, actually, it is not something that can be accessed easily. Only avatars can access it. And why? Is because they are beyond time, beyond space dimensions. It is not that they can see the future, or like it is not that they are in a different dimension or like that, but they are already seeing it happening. They are beyond the space dimension, the time and space dimension, that they are already seeing the things happening. For example, you are in the first, you can imagine a building. You are in the first floor of the building. A person standing on the first floor, only from a little bit distance away, can see a car coming. Someone on the 10th floor of the building. A little bit more farther from the person standing down, they can see, okay, from this distance, there's a car approaching. The person in maybe a helicopter, they can see, okay, the car is coming from a more farther distance. They are already seeing that this happening is occurring. They're already seeing it happen, and that is why they're able to tell what is coming up in the future. Same way, an avatar already sees everything happening because he has access to the cosmic archives, because he's beyond time and space. And with that authority, Swamiji is giving us the blessings, being a portal for us to access those records. So shall we all begin? I'll be giving an incident for all of you now. And all of you can start scanning what date was the incident. Are all of you ready? Yes. So the incident which I would like all of you to scan the date for to see in the cosmic archives, in the Akashic records, the incident is the day that I was initiated into the Krama Brahmacharya, the Kavi. So all of you can start scanning and seeing in the Akashic records what date was this on. Please sit straight. Connect with Swamiji. Intensely look into Swamiji's form, into his Atmamurti with your three eyes. Look into his three eyes. And whatever appears to you in golden letters, whatever appears to you on Swamiji's form in golden letters, start penning that down. Please start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Now, I request each of you to post in the chat what exactly was revealed to you in golden letters in the Akashic records. Can I request each of you to post in the chat? Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Ma Orietta, Ma Lissy Wong, Ma Margarita. All of you can post the answer in the chat. What were you able to see as the answer for this round? What was the date that I had taken Kavi on? 2010 February. Okay. Princess of KAILASA from April 2023. 25th January. Okay. Who else? Ma Ananda Lakshmi, Ma Orietta, Ma Margarita, Madasiva. What did you see? Okay. So shall I tell the answer? The answer was March 2018. Okay. Yes. Madasiva, March 2018. Okay. Anyone else? Before I reveal the answer? Okay. So the I was 27, 2015. So the date and okay. Ma Fatima, you were closer to the date, yes. Ma. Okay. Yes. So now in this second round, Ma Virija is going to be giving all of you an incident. And all of you will be scanning the date of the incident. Okay? So shall we get started? Okay, yes. So for all the participants, so the date which I'm going to give for all of you is actually there's so many. Okay. Okay, so let's see. You can okay. So now I remember. Okay, so there's this one incident where I was doing demo in front of Swamiji and Swamiji called me on the stage. Swamiji called me on the stage and Swamiji allowed me to read this inner space. Basically I did the so I'm just doing a third eye test on me. So he was checking my power manifestation. So which date was this? Can each of you start? Oh, that's a nice experience. So yes, each of you can start scanning. Start seeing in the Akashic records. What was this date? The date when Swamiji asked Ma Virija to scan his inner space and Ma Virija scanned the inner space. Each of you can start. Never mentioned information. When you're doing something application, when you tell them to do something else, to say you be doing it, they don't ask you for doing anything else. Then now they're asking set it out and when you Each of you can start seeing whatever appears to you in golden letters. Start seeing that, start writing that down. Intensely with your three eyes, stare at Swamiji's three eyes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda.
Okay. So now request all participants now to start posting whatever Swamiji has shown to you. Hima Fatima, you have posted April 8, 2019, 18. Okay. How about for rest of the participants? Malisi Wong, what did Swamiji show you, Ma? Orietta, Ma Margarita. How about the rest of the participants? What did each of you see? Date when Ma Virija read Swamiji's inner space, when Swamiji asked her to read his Swamiji's inner space, what was this date? Malisi, what did Swamiji show you, Ma? Malisi Wong? Oh, no problem, no problem. Okay. So let me reveal the answers for all the participants. So it was February 27th, 2015. So 2014. So yes, 2014, February 27th was the date when Ma Viraja read Swamiji's his own inner space
during the Shivaratri time, Swamiji called her on stage and asked her to scan his inner space, the word that he's holding in the inner space, and Mavirija scanned that. So that's a very nice experience. And yes, so now with that, shall we all enter into the next session of the day, where we will be understanding more about conquering time. How can we conquer time, the time dimension?
Few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee, how you feel that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important. Yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. He made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. Or equivalent to me. Understand? The idea he conveyed to me, my yoga guru, is whether you have the feeling sleeping is more important, that is my first priority, I don't care about anything else. Or you feel no, after a cup of coffee, the thought current, no, I have to be doing, this has to be done for my enlightenment, for my growth. Whether you have this thought current before cup of coffee or thought current after cup of coffee, both thought currents does not matter. Both thought currents are not you. Both thought currents are empowered by you, not you. That is what the master, the first guru means, Annamalai Swamigal means, you are not the body, you are not the mind. When Annamalai Swamigal told me, you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are beyond pain and suffering, the statement did not make sense for me. But when my yoga guru explained, physiological, psychological happenings are not you, it really made sense. Come to the space of listening. The first statement I am making, please listen. The first statement I am making, time is a matter. Second statement, it is not absolute as you think. Please understand. Now I will make these statements into your experience. These two are the Mahavagyas now. When you perceive this world through this body, you can never doubt the authenticity of this body or the authority of this body. But when you are perceiving the dream world through the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. Please understand. When you are perceiving dreams with the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. Same way, when you are perceiving this world through this body, the dream body does not have authority over you. When you understand there is a body which has authority over you at some time, does not have authority over you in some other time, you can understand this body also has authority over you sometime, does not have a right over you in some other time. Listen. As long as you perceive this world through this body, you think this has authority over you. You can't understand a space without this body. Same way, because you are constantly perceiving the world, because you are constantly perceiving your reality through time, you think time is absolute and it is truth, just like how you feel your body is truth. Listen. I'll repeat the essence. When you see, perceive this world through this body, you take this body as authority. Sometimes you question this reality, but not this body. When you are so busy in doing business with currency, you forget to question the authority of the currency. That itself is a myth. When you are doing business using diamonds, you forget to question the authority of the diamond. You are so busy in giving 100, taking 50, giving 200, taking 400. You forget the diamond itself is not something precious, or it does not have an authority other than created demand. Please understand. I am not questioning, I am not saying don't do business. All I am trying to tell you is understand the stupidity, you can play with it beautifully. The moment I understood, it clicked with my system that physiological, psychological effects on me is not me. So much liberation. Such liberation. Such a beautiful space. It was such an absolute ecstasy. Knowing even that ecstasy is not me. When you know even the joy happening in you is not you, the joy stays with you permanently. All joys disappear the moment you try to grab them. The first truth, time is a matter. And it does not matter. Time is a matter and it does not matter. You can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Understand? You can make your body big or small with certain practices, diet control. You can manipulate it. You can play with it. Same way, you can play with time. You can play with time. How? We will see next. But some of the basic truths, you can play with it. I'll try to share with you all a conversation I had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It's too personal and intimate, but I think I have to share so that you will understand the concept of time as Mahadeva explains in Agamas. One day I was sitting and talking to him. I was just so much in love, awed by his presence. It will always be for spending time I will be talking. There is nothing serious about what I am talking to him. That is why how much ever I try, I am not able to recount or recall everything I heard from him. Very less only I am able to recall, because all the time I was only awed and just I want to spend time with him. That was the purpose. So talking is only secondary. I was talking so that he will not get up and go. To make him sit, I have to talk. Listen carefully. The conversation was about time and space. He was trying to explain time and space to me. It is time you understand every statement, so that it becomes just part of you. You also need to know the value of one single truth hitting you properly. Please understand, it was just one single truth. My understanding about, just a cup of coffee Only that much is the gap between me and my seeking. It was such revelation. The laziness and powerlessness and the powerfulness I felt after a cup of coffee. I understood very clearly, both are not me. I am something beyond this too. Just that one understanding liberated me forever from all the physiological and psychological ups and downs. Never ever I had any respect for the physiological, psychological ups and downs in my system. And you don't know what great liberation it can be. The discussion was about time and space. I was asking him, some questions about Kala Bhairava. That is the way the conversation started, and he was trying to explain the time and the effect of time on our system and our understand. Naturally, I could not grasp everything immediately. So the conversation boiled down to, he was trying to explain to me, time is just your mental experience, mental perception. It can be imploded or exploded. Listen, it can be imploded or exploded as you want. So naturally it was too much for me. Then he touched something in my very personal life and explained. Of course, it is a very intimate conversation, but I'll share it with you all because it will do good to all of you. I had the problem of bedwetting as a child. So, when I was talking to him, it was around maybe I was 11. At that time, I used to have that problem of bedwetting. He just picked up my hand with a lot of care. He was trying to guide me, asking, when you have a bedwetting, what goes on in your dream state and deep sleep state? I slowly described, I contemplated and described. I used to feel first my bladder is full. Then I'll feel in the dream that I am in a restroom and I should relieve myself. And then in next few minutes, I'll only feel my bed is wet. I explained the step by step. He said, exactly, this is time. Please listen. It was such powerful click for me. I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, how the moment your bladder is full, your brain can create the restroom which is not there and give you the comfortable feeling you are protected, safe, you are in a proper place, please relieve yourself. Only after that signal goes to the body, the internal organs decide to relieve, and relieves itself, the pressure inside you to perceive something, to have some experience, creates the concept of time and gives you various experiences. Pressure inside you, that bladder is full, creates the restroom ambience in your brain, which is actually not there, but gives you a comfortable feeling, you can relieve yourself. Same way, desire to have certain experiences, that pressure inside you creates time which is not there and gives you various experiences. I'll try to convey much deeper the same truth further. Now you understand this much. The whole idea of time is your will and decision. I can give you 100 examples. When you are sitting with somebody whom you like or doing something which you like, your passion, you don't know how the time passes. Time gives you a different experience about you, about life, about world. But when you are sitting with somebody whom you don't like, or when you are doing something about which you are forced, time gives you different experience about yourself, world and life. This one small example I have seen in my own life. Morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock to night 11 o'clock, I'll be sitting with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I don't know how the sun rises and sun sets, but at night, few hours when I need to be in the house, away from him, I'll move the clock 10 times, thinking that it is not moving, it has stopped. I'll feel why the nights are so long. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. Every time, time is determined by your feelings and psychological conditions, not by clocks. So learn to have nice time always. Whatever now I am sharing, most of you may know that ideas, nothing new. But I am trying to set the context so that I can lead you into the deeper understanding, especially the experience to make these understandings permanent. Time is a matter it does not matter. It can be manipulated as you want. You can play with it as you want. One more understanding I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara about time. Listen carefully. The whole life is just a vast canvas. Space is the canvas. Imagine 200-mile length canvas on which lot of paintings are there. The paintings which you already perceived is called past. The painting you are perceiving is present. The painting you are going to perceive is future. But the truth is, all three exist. All three exist. Next statement I am making. Please listen. First statement I am making. Past, present, future, all three exist. And the next statement I am making, you can alter all the three. We always think, if all three already exist, how can I alter my future? If it is already existing, how can I alter? Understand? The painting exists does not mean you can't add something to it. Your powerlessness, I can't add something to it, only makes you stop adding. And very important statement I am making now. Not only you can alter the future, you can alter your past. How? We will make. You can alter your past. One, time is a matter, it does not matter. Second, your psychological ups and downs, physiological ups and downs are not you. Next, your past, present, future exists now. Next, it exists now does not mean you are bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. The absolute freedom from time. Listen. Consider this line, straight line, as present moment. Now, every thought happens between past and future. Please listen. Actually, from morning I am giving you different truths about time. Now all those zigzag puzzles will fall in place if you just grasp this one. All thoughts. It can be as simple as feeling like having a cup of tea, or as complicated as politically strategizing for some victory. It can be as simple as wanting to have a cup of coffee, or as complicated as political strategizing for some victory. Any thought. Thought means movement between past and future. Thought means nothing but you move to the past and future. This is past. Let's consider this as past, and this as future. The center movement, present, where the present meets the past and future. That moment is now. This is that now. Present. Understand, if these lines symbolically represent time, means this board is the space. Symbolically, this board represents space. On space only the whole time happens. Space is the most subtlest matter on which the play of time happens. Just understand this example. Your movement between past and future is thought. Like you jump from here to there to here, here to there to here, here to there to here. That is what I call your perception about you, life, your existence. Your existence is nothing but the movements. Because till you know your real reality, as of now, whatever you know about you is nothing but your thinking. Am I right? Is there anything you know about you more than your thinking? Anybody? If you know something more about you, more than your thinking, this seat is for you. See, whatever you know about you is all based on your thinking. So, I can very comfortably assume your thinking is your reality, as on now. Am I right? So, it is all about you jumping into the past and future, past and future, past and future. That's all is your thinking. That's all is your, what you call as you. See, what I call as you is much beyond than what you call as you. So now I am talking about what you call as you. It's all about movements between the past and future. And I want you to know, it has a direct utility in your life's balance sheet. So please don't think it is some philosophy, it is some metaphysics, it is some intellectual stuff. Allow every word to enter into you. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. Double. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. So allow this understanding to set into your system. I can make you alive. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. If a fly sits on the filth and sits on the rice again and again few times, you can't eat that rice anymore. This is filth, this is rice. If you sit too much on the past and sit on the future, it is not sitting on the future. Understand? Now, I have not said anything, everyone understood. It is not sitting on the future. There is something called chronological time, how the clock moves. There is something called psychological time. The psychological time is the unit of the psychological time. Listen, the unit of the chronological time is 1 second. Understand? 60 seconds is 1 minute, 60 minutes is 1 hour, like that. The unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. If it is more, means you have a lot of inner space. You take life sweetly. A rich man. Understand? Even the word rich is too small. I'll say, a man who has enough of inner space to take his life is a royal being. Means the gap between the one thought and the other thought is more. If the gap between one thought and the other thought is too less, you are a worker, Shudra. And if there is no gap and you are not even able to handle what is going on inside you, you are a Panchama, Chandala. If the gap is more, you are a king. If the gap is too much, you are a Brahmana. The psychological time, the unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. The ultimate richness is the inner space you have and the way you take the life. The way you take the life decides whether you are a royal being or not. Not the zeros in your bank balance. Not the zeros in your bank balance, the way you take the life. The way, the inner space, the amount of inner space you have, and the way you approach the life, that decides your royalness, your bigness. Listen carefully. Your inner space. What do you call as you? Tahara Akasha. Taharakasha. It's a Sanskrit word. What do you feel as you? Inner space. Pratyagatma or Takarakasha. Takarakasha is a more precise word. Your inner space. If you hit your inner space with a powerful cognition, that powerful cognition explodes as power, awareness, pure consciousness, super consciousness, higher level of existence in you. The same Taharakasha, your inner space, if it is hit with the patterns, it gets reduced into something called time and boring lifestyle. Listen carefully. Every pattern gets settled in your inner space, makes you time bound, means you will feel days and months are passing, but you are not doing anything. You don't know how the time is passing. It is just going. Suddenly you remember next year is here. Suddenly you remember next year. Suddenly you remember, oh God, one more birthday. And you don't know what is going on. what you are doing. Understand? More patterns, more unconscious, more delusion, more you become time bound. That is why Kala Bhairava is described as ferociousness. This is exactly I learned from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He says, whenever you are ferocious and break one pattern, you gain 1 hour extra in your life. Understand? I'm giving you a rough example. Sometimes when you break one pattern, you may get even 3-4 hours extra. Means that 24 hours chronological time is different. Consciously, how many hours you are living, that psychological time is different. Phenomenology of the time. Listen. In reality, chronological time does not matter for your existence because you are a conscious being. A being just takes birth, eats, reproduces, ages and dies. For that being, chronological time is enough. But you are not that kind of a being. You are a conscious being. You have a purpose to exist. You feel desire, fear, greed, wanting, not wanting. You have choices. And you feel your freedom to choose. Understand? The moment you feel you have a will, you are a conscious being. So how many hours are available for your consciousness, your awareness? That psychological time matters. Every time you are ferocious and break a pattern, you gain time. You gain conscious extra. Conscious longevity. Understand? In Hindu tradition, we have two. One, increasing the physical longevity. Another one, increasing the conscious longevity. Veda, Ayurveda. Ayurveda is all about increasing the physical longevity. Body functioning with health for long period. Veda is all about consciousness functioning more. Understand? Every time you break a pattern, you have more psychological time available to you. Living in Kailash, Kailasavasi is all about making the maximum conscious psychological time available to you. Of course, I do work on your body, detoxification, giving you the best organic food and make your body also live long. Let's first work on psychologically conquering psychological time. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. Those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. 94th verse, 22nd technique from Shivanyana Upanishad, which is part of Shivagama. Chittat yantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. I'll translate and give you the precise method. The essence of this verse is reliving is relieving. Means the past powerlessness which is influencing your thinking, relive those incidents, not remembering. Please understand, there is a big difference between remembering and reliving. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8, 9, which is still influencing your thinking. I have seen people getting influenced by something happened when they were 3, 4 and all. They are 57. Something happened at 7 influences them. One man came to me and said, I never go to beach, Swamiji. Even if I drive through the beach roads, I shiver, sweat. I have a panic attack. I asked why. No, at the age of 7, I went for a walk with my father. I saw murder happening in a beach and we ran away from that spot. From that spot till I can't, now I am 57, I can't go to beach. 40 years, the pattern with which he is suffering. Sometimes the past influences you so much. See, carefully listen. You are now 57, something happened at the age of 7. If you remain as 57 and visualize what happened at that age of 7, that is called remembering. Reliving means forget your present identity. Just dump it, throw it. Become that person. At the age of 7, what intelligence you had, how you were, visualize and become that person. Enter into that person's physiological, psychological frame. Take few minutes and meditate on that person. Become that person. Then relive. When you relive, all the powerlessness accumulated in your nervous system during that incident, it may be emotional suppression or the identity crisis, various guilt, pain, suffering, it will all just break, collapse and leave your system. Your system will be clean. System will be cleansed. When the effect of your past is reduced on your existence, you will not reproduce it as it is or in an altered way on your future. Neither reproducing as it is nor reproducing in altered way is liberation.
Nithyanandam, to all the participants, we all just had a powerful session where we understood, Swamiji revealed the deep truths, how we conquer time. How to conquer time was what Swamiji revealed and secrets for in this session. What was each of your favorite clicks? See, actually, one thing that clicked with me, or which I loved the most, was all the physiological ups and downs, all the psychological ups and downs is not true. And the past, the present, and the future, it is now, it is happening now. And the best thing is that you can change it. Not only you can alter the future, but you can also alter the past. How many of you are able to understand this? And which click did you get from this session? Can I request each of the participants to share? What did you understand? Did you understand how time is a matter? Or did you understand how you can actually play and manipulate time? What did you understand? Just as how you can manipulate your body, you can even play with it. You can even manipulate time. Which click that Swamiji said resonated with each of you? Nithyananda Ma, Irene Lemos. Yes, are we audible, Ma? Okay. Yes. Okay, that's nice. Thank you so much, Ma, for that. Yes, Nithyananda Ma, Ananda Sagara. Nithyananda Ma, nice to see you. Ma, Sing Wong. Nithyanandam to you. Wow. Ma Grasina. Nithyananda Ma Grasina. Okay. Yes. Nithyanandam. Anandeshwari. Okay, I see. Fatima, you have posted that. Time, okay, Ma Grasina, you have posted, sorry. Grasina, you have posted, time is a matter and it has no matter. You can play with it. Time can be manipulated as you want. Space is as the canvas where the play of time has. The painting is past, present, and future, which exists now. You can alter all three. Wow, yes. That's very nice, Ma. Okay, Ma Fatima, you posted time is create thoughts from the past to the future. Okay. That's wonderful. Yes. So shall we understand Swamiji revealed so many truths? Let us understand a little more deeper, or let's mature our understanding about these. See, just as you can manipulate your body. Now, if you want to bend your body, you can bend your body. You want to bend your hand, you want to move your hand, you can move it. The same way, time is matter. It does not matter. You can go beyond it. You can manipulate it just as you manipulate your body. Just as you can bend your hand, you can even bend time. And this, okay, see, Swamiji's very beautifully Paramashiva says that manifesting powers can take you beyond time. This Paramashiva says in the Shiva Sutras, chapter 3, verse 76, where he says, Yogi continues to manifest the powers, above powers of drinking nectar, manifesting power over the physiology. For a year, he becomes a Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Sadashiva, who is the completion and time and space. He obtains and expresses the power of Anima, etc., which are the 8 naturally superpowers in oneness with the Bhairava and Maheshwara.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country. do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture, and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical
reality as perceived by you is not the real reality. So if you want to know the real reality, you need to first accept the reality perceived by you as reality. That's the first way to open that sheath. See, Annamaya Kosha means the most grass level of reality you perceive. Means most disturbed, confused, chaotic reality which you perceive as happening. Please understand, if it is reported to you through media, it is one more worst layer. If it is happening directly in front of your Annamaya Kosa, that itself is complete chaos. And if it comes to you by somebody else's chaos, chaos through chaos. Understand? Even if it happens in front of you, that is the grassest reality you perceive. Accepting that and looking into it is the first layer, first step you need to do to experience the reality, the ultimate reality. Have patience, the tremendous patience to look into it. First, accept, then have patience to look in. Don't react. Reaction is not going to help you. Accepting and looking in, looking in, looking in with deep patience. Reality will be realized as reality only by the deep acceptance and restful awareness. Your agitated mind, the angry mind, which goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. Please understand, the reality presented to you is surely not reality, but you fighting with it is not going to make you experience the reality. But the angered, perverted, agitated mind goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. No. You are basically an enlightened superconsciousness. But with that superconsciousness, you can make a flower do what you want. You can't make a stone do what you want. Understand? There's a big difference. With that super consciousness, you can just look at a flower, it will just blossom. You can just look at a person, he will just open up. Just one small look, the person is melting. But with that same look, you cannot melt the stone. That is not possible. A crude reality cannot be handled by the agitated or unacceptable mind. First you need is acceptance of that crude reality, chaotic reality which happens in front of you. Then restful awareness. Look in, look in, look in. You will see, layer by layer, reality opens to you. But any agitation, the crude reaction to the reality presented to you makes the wound big, and you carry it for ages, lives. That is what is called hell. The ultimate sin is not looking into reality. That is the ultimate sin. That is why you carry the wounds deeply. Please understand. Yesterday I was analyzing some more videos, researches, books on past life. Please understand, I am not supporting the caste system as it is available now or as we understand now. Of course, there were some misunderstandings happened, no doubt. But I tell you, some of the few things you need to understand. First thing, this is the system with minimum flaws. If you see the other civilizations, it is not that they did not have caste system. Every civilization has caste system, but their caste system is dependent on economical strength. But our caste system was dependent on the intelligence, the intellectual strength, the teachers and the people who do R&D. They were kept as the highest ladder so that the constant amendment is possible. Please understand. Just because few mistakes have happened, you should not abuse the whole system. We should understand where mistake happened, why mistake happened, and use all the right things from that system. There are many right things. And another one thing, we go on talking that the basic theory of the caste system is human beings are not equal. Please understand, it is not theory. It was created in a very solid, clear, practical base based on reality, actuality. Look into it. The other day somebody was asking, Swamiji, is the sex right or wrong? I told him, I am not ready to answer. I am saying this is what is there. It is reality, actuality. Every man or woman has the emotions, feelings, experiences, engrams, expressions related to sex. What can we do about it further? Let us analyze. You can't say whether it is right or wrong. Branding is not going to solve. Judging is not going to solve. It is there. It is reality. How can you work about it? If you are interested in expressing it, sharing it with other person, there is a way of life. Science, the end training, the training for it. Then entertainment in it. Then enlightenment through it. If you are interested, no, I am not interested in living with other person, I am a guy who want to live aloof, I am that kind of person. Then again, there is a science for you, entraining. And there is a way to entertain yourself, with yourself, in the extraordinary joy of meditation. Listen, go on deciding for life and know when you need to change. Even your change will automatically happen when you decide for life. For example, if you decide for wealth thinking that is life, after some time you will realize much more than wealth, there is something in you which is more important for life. You will start deciding for that. That may be health. And after some time, you will realize more than health, something more important exists in you, that is life, that is enlightenment. So ultimately, if you go on deciding for life, you will decide for living Advaita. But when you believe money is life, don't decide for living Advaita. Then you will be hypocritical. When you believe money is life, decide for money. When you realize health is life, decide for health. When you realize enlightenment is life, decide for enlightenment. When you realize everything is life, decide for everything. You will have energy to have everything. Money, health, enlightenment, everything. Deciding for life consciously in every step makes you free from all the karma. What is karma? Karma is nothing but your decisions against life sitting in you and harassing you, putting you in incompletion. Your decisions against life which sits in you and puts you in incompletion is karma. Is karma. Your decision for life liberates you from all karmas, all fears, all negativity. Evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. How much ever you hear all these things, you need to sit and internalize. That is why again and again I insist, come here, experience inner awakening. Experience completion. You will see this whole truth deciding for life will become your very core cognition. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagum samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Understand? There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. This is the only way you can free yourself from all your past karma. Now decide for life, work for life. I tell you. People ask me, Swamiji, in the past I have done a lot of violence. I have eaten all the animals. I have killed so many animals. I have harassed so many people. How can I get rid of the karma? The only way, Upanishad says, decide for life. Enriching is the greatest decision for life you will take. When you enrich somebody with wealth, your karma, your decision against wealth, your karma related wealth will go away. You will be free. When you enrich somebody with food, your karma, your decision against food, that will go away. You will be free from it. When you enrich somebody with a spiritual knowledge and enlightenment, all your past karma, decisions against life, bondage created by all the past deeds, all the karma will go away. You will be free from all the karmas. You will become a Jivan Mukta. You will live Advaita. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Na karma lipyate nare. Learning to decide for life. Learning to decide for life. the more and more decisions you take for life, more and more you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become awakened, you become enlightened, you become being living Advaita. I can say this is the essence of Hinduism, Vedic tradition. This is the essence of Vedic tradition. Decide for life. And when you decide Dharma is your life, when you feel Dharma is your life, decide for it. If you feel Artha is your life, decide for it. If you feel Kama is your life, decide for it. If you feel Moksha is your life, decide for it. If you feel all the four are your life, decide for it. Deciding for life liberates you from all the bondages, karma. I tell you, every problem you face is your decision taken in the past. Every obstacle you face in your life is your decision you took in the past, knowingly or unknowingly. You can decide now strongly for life. You will see everything, all the best things of life expressing itself. All the best things of life radiating itself. Upanishads are so clear. They are declaring there is no other way. Evam tvayi na anyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. If you want to be liberated from the karmas, there is no other way. There is no other way to be liberated from the karmas. There is no other way man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Kurvan neveha karmani jijivishecha daggum samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Understand, if your decisions and actions have created certain bondage, only by deciding for life and acting, you will be free from those bondages. One more thing you need to know, even a laziness is an action by you out of your decision against life. So when you decide for life, the laziness, tiredness, boredom, hatred, anger, everything will melt down. Everything will be cleared. So, decide, listen, decide for life. Decide for life. Decide for life.
Nirvanic layer. It's a very subtle difference. This layer almost doesn't exist. Almost it's an Atman, but the last step. What is the way to explore this last step? What is the way to bring out the energy? Yourself from the past. No evolution, only revolution. No evolution, only revolution. It is the moment when seed takes the decision to sprout. The seed is sprouting. The last moment, the seed will have agony. It is called dark night of the soul. The last moment, you take the decision to take the jump. You take the decision to go beyond. You take the decision with all your consciousness, with your whole energy to go beyond the body and mind, to drop all the old conditionings. Yesterday somebody was asking me, method to undo the whole thing. Can you make me again 7 years? This is the method. When you know all your whole things are conditioning, just read once more what you have written. Is the life worth living? Is this the life worth living? Just so much of desires in the out of blue, which has no base, and so much of sufferings, so much of guilt, so much of pain. Only one layer of joy, that also through the pain. Only one layer of joy, that also through the layers of pain. Look at the whole past. Actually, almost for everybody, I can say, the whole 100%, or anybody who says my past is gold, my past is golden. No. For everybody, past is more like a wound, which needs to be operated or thrown out from the being. When you decide consciously to drop the past, you actually can drop the past. Understand the few things. You can really drop the past. It is simply conditioning. When you understand it's a conditioning, can't you drop it? As long as you think it is you can't drop it. When you understand it is somebody else who has been forced on you, can we really drop it? It is simple conditioning. When you desire to drop, when you desire to stop, bring that book. You can simply very drop. You are going to drop. Anybody who doesn't want to drop and keep it can decide. No, it is option only. How can I decide for you to whether to drop or not? If anybody really feels like, no, Swamiji, it is perfectly alright, I can carry on, I can decide.
So Swami, when you said drop, is it a psychological connection with drop?
Yes,
that's what
psychological.
There's no emotion with all that bad.
And simply when you psychologically drop, even physically the whole thing changes. It can be simply be dropped. Because when you share, you emotionally also drop. Open confession is called a great technique to cross the nirvanic body, to drop the conditionings. Have you heard of the story of Valmiki? Valmiki is a great saint, respected saint. One of the great epics of India is written by him. He is the author. And he is a rishi. He underwent this open confession. He has done all sorts of criminal activities and all sorts of sins. At one time, the Narada encountered Valmiki and asked, "What are you doing? Do you know?" Valmiki told, "Oh, I'm perfectly all right." Then Narada says, "None of your family people will share your sins. Go and ask." He goes and asks everybody. Nobody is ready to share his sins. Finally, he came and confesses everything to Narada. When he confessed, something has broken in him. Something has transformed his life. Something has touched him. Then Narada initiates him, blesses him. Then the hunter dies and Valmiki is born. I can say at least 20 to 30 masters have been created by this open confession. People who have confessed, they have grown out of the thing. People who have just kept it inside, they lived their own way. You attain the fruit of writing. You see, when you write, like this, many understandings descend on you. That is just for those understandings we make you write. You come upon so many new understandings, so many new dimensions. You see, if I would have taught him that these are all self-created, people will think, "Oh, Swami is making fun of our pains." But when you understand, it becomes a great understanding. So I create a situation in which you can understand. The understanding can happen to you. If I say ready-made solution, what do you think? All right. Anyway, we have come these 2 days, let us listen what he says. But when it happens to you, the understanding, it stays with you permanently. It stays with you totally. It is all self-created. There is no right, no wrong in the existence. Only one thing which makes you totally blissful, not joyful, which makes you blissful, will make always others also blissful. That is what is right. That's all. There is no right, no wrong. Whenever it is joyful, it is different. When it is blissful, it will make others also blissful. If it makes you only blissful and others sorrow, then you understand it's a joyful, not blissful. It is only joy, not bliss. There is a subtle difference. Whatever makes you joyful, the path of Ananda, the path of bliss, that only is right. Simply live with bliss. That is the right thing. To come to these conclusions only, we are searching. That is what I wanted every conclusion to come from your side. I am churning the milk ocean. One side devil and the other side devas. Of course, not surely here.
I decided to spend with the right people and right team. Sat in the Paramashiva space, organized myself properly, built a right team, right space, started doing right work. Now, we already have not only KAILASA, the Hindu nation, we are already having many countries, diplomatic relationships and recognitions, multi-level recognitions. There are some countries recognized me as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and given their highest honor, respect. There are some countries given even awards. Some countries have recognized the KAILASA nation, and some countries have recognized the persecution. Many of the international global bodies, including United Nations, Many of the international entities, global entities, we have got multi-layer recognitions. The secret is only one. Listen. The secret is I decided to spend my time and space in right direction. That's all.
All right. Anything is possible. So yes, what Swamiji really means here is that any amount of change, any amount of transformation is possible. Even people who have committed crimes, who are thieves, like in Valmiki, they became such great enlightened beings. So whatever we may have done, whoever we may feel that we are, the highest possibility for transformation is there even for us. And all we need to do is to give up the old way of functioning, the old conditioning, the old identity. And we can enter into a space where we are completely new. There's no trace of that person anymore. So somebody says we need to look in and understand why we wrote our story the way we have written it. Our life, why did we write it this way? because whatever is happening to us right now, we have written it. It's something that all of us need to contemplate on. How any suffering or complication, difficulty that we face now, we decided for it at some point. Let's say that we may be struggling with money, not being able to have enough wealth. At some point in your life, you would have decided to manifest that. You would have chosen to enjoy poverty or the thought currents that lead to poverty. So whatever we face, we have created it. And now, as Swamiji was saying, we need to give up the conditioning, the old way of thinking in order to transform.
Yes. For example, if you watch children's eyes, they will be clear and empty. This is why they are in bliss. As you grow up, your eyes become filled with knowledge. Then you may have sight, but not insight, because you see through your eyes that are already filled with opinions, judgments, and beliefs. Your sight is no longer innocent. It is filtered and clouded. You see through the filter of your beliefs and conditioned memories. There is nothing new to learn from what you see because it becomes a repetition of your past memories. The learning is missing. As Patanjali is saying, making decisions based on past impressions surely will lead to misunderstandings. So if you build your perception based on all those ideas that you accumulate over your lifetime, naturally, your eyes will not be clear. You will be always influenced by the past experiences. Being innocent is like functioning from your very consciousness. It is thoughtless awareness. Until then, you function from your mind. You just sit and watch the source of every thought, every thought that rises in you. You will soon drop all the thoughts and go back to the thoughtless awareness that you had as a child. Thoughtless awareness is innocence. But this time, it will be innocence of maturity because you have gone through the process. Understand, many times when we see the enlightened masters, it seems like they are behaving like little children. In many incidences, they would almost seem childlike. It is because of the innocence that they carry in their eyes. They are in that thoughtless awareness, in that pure space without any judgment. Many times people feel that what they have done can never match Swamiji's law, whatever he is showering on them. And when they feel that they have done something wrong, they expect his eyes towards them to change. But the grace of the enlightened master is too much. He is Ashatosha, easily pleased. He's never touched by the disciples. So now let us actually enter into a small exercise.
It's just a short meditation, and sit for a few moments with yourself and go into your innocence, the space of innocence, where you do not have the influence of the mind, all the knowledge, the prejudice, the ideas, and feel the innocence, feel the purity inside you. The overflowing, let it spread through your body, through your mind, and through your being. And feel how beautiful you are when you are in your innocence. You can contemplate on that, connect back with your innocence. We do not operate based on all the past experiences and memories that you have gathered, all the knowledge, just being innocent, being in the present with awareness, without calculation. So let's enter into the meditation now.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometer square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law, and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become